Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. Don't over defy Wayne. Tim Burton chatted with Digger Harris of DC Comics for a while, left him there to continue watching the filming, shook his head, and turned to his trailer. Even though the two of them only talked for a while, he felt that the other party was a little blind. Not only Digger Harris himself, but also the CEO of DC Comics, were over deifying Wayne. Of course, this was just his own feeling, and Tim Burton also admired Wayne, and believed that he could continue to achieve success, but this success had to have a cycle, and could not last forever. Every master director will have a golden period of creation, or a period of vigorous energy. During this period, he is like a god possessed, and his talent and inspiration will continue to overflow. No matter what kind of film he shoots, it will be successful, and it will continue to succeed. Every director with amazing achievements will have such a long or short period of time. This is almost a consensus in the circle. In Tim Burton's view, Wayne is the kind of director who entered the golden creative period as soon as he debuted. The release of Joker made him a god too early, but this period will always pass. Even Spielberg cannot stop this rule. Everyone only remembers the good guy's successful works such as It, Jaws, Jurassic Park, etc., but they don't know that he will also fail. The early 1941 still made fans and critics scold him. There are also David Fincher, Francis Coppola, the Coen brothers, Clint Eastwood. These famous directors, almost all of them have stumbled after continuous success. Who dares to guarantee that they will never fail? Even Tim Burton himself has failed. He knows clearly that Wayne is indeed succeeding now, but he must not blindly deify this young man. No one has ever been successful without failure. But even if there will be failures in the future, he thinks that this young man will not fall hard. Wayne's mind is too clear, as if he always keeps his original intention. In the whole Hollywood, including the star directors and producers, there is no one like him who can keep calm and continue to make movies 1 year after obtaining huge wealth, success, and status in the circle. This is incredible. With this nature of not changing his original intention and keeping a clear mind at all times, Tim Burton has a hunch that Wayne may be able to maintain this golden creative period of director for a long enough time. He certainly hopes that this time will be as long as possible. In this circle, there are actually not many directors who can achieve success and maintain a strong personal style. Except for himself and Wayne, there is really no one with such a consistent style as the two of them. After taking another look at the shooting scene, shaking his head vigorously, suppressing all the messy thoughts, Tim Burton returned to the trailer and called the third-party guarantee company. Let all the staff finish work and pay attention to the film that has been shot. After a full day of shooting, Wayne looked through the shooting plan, nodded with satisfaction, and said to Zack Snyder after confirming that there was no problem. Naomi Watts, who had problems on the first day of filming, sat alone on the side when she didn't have a scene, holding the script and constantly thinking about it, which was completely unlike her usual playful personality. Nina walked to the Australian beauty and patted her shoulder. Hey, Naomi, we are done. We should go back. Oh, okay. Reaching out and rubbing her face hard, Naomi Watts pulled Nina up and walked with her to Wayne's car, ready to go back to the hotel with them after the crew left. Don't be too hard on yourself, Naomi. The assistant looked at her worriedly. She was not in a good state now, and her fair face was full of entanglement. The boss knows your ability, and the old people in the crew also know it. No one believes that you can't play such a role well. Naomi Watts shook her head silently, and after sitting back in the car, she was still mumbling her lines, and from time to time she would look through the script, control and change her expressions, and experience and practice the emotions of the heroine in advance. Nina looked at her boss, who was still standing on the set, watching the staff packing up their equipment, and couldn't help but shout again. Naomi, the work time is over. There's no need to make it too hard on yourself. No, you don't understand, Nina. Naomi Watts put down the thick script in her hand, also looked in the direction of the set, and said softly, "I'm the heroine he directly decided on. Everyone knows this. In order to let me play this role, he rejected Nicole Kidman and Angelina Jolie. For this reason, even if there is no parts for me in Hong Kong, I will watch it with a crew every day. Since everyone knows that Wayne and I have a special relationship, I have to work harder to perform, so that those who are envious and unbalanced in their hearts can't speak. But I almost messed up the job, and I know where the problem is. This feeling is very bad." Nina asked curiously, "Do you know where the problem is?" "Of course." Naomi Watts pointed to her chest and said with a grim face, "It's my mentality. In my heart, I have already tacitly accepted that as long as Wayne is there, I will definitely succeed. I have quietly lost the initial motivation and the kind of ruthlessness that I have to survive in this circle at all costs." After seeing how hard Christian Bale worked, she really felt the change in herself today. This role is indeed not too difficult, but she almost messed it up. She felt that it was her mentality that was wrong. Since there is a problem, then try to solve it. Naomi Watts is not a hypocritical person. Of course, she will not refuse Wayne's help to her and will continue to accept it in the future. But she can't just wait for him to help. She must show at least a qualified performance so that even if someone criticizes her sourly, they can't deny the fact that she is indeed capable of playing every role well. What's wrong? As the crew's convoy left one by one, Wayne found that the atmosphere was not right after getting in the car. The three people in the car were silent. He looked at Naomi Watts strangely, leaned back in his chair, and asked in confusion. The Australian beauty shook her head, smiled and hugged his arm. "It's okay, it's just that I have my first scene, so I'm a little tired." "Okay, then go back and rest early today." Wayne didn't take it seriously. There was so much work on the crew that he didn't have time to pay attention to anything other than work. "The temporary film room must be built quickly, Nina. Remember to tell Tim for me tomorrow." "No problem, boss." The assistant nodded and opened the work record book to write it down. Today's shooting plan was generally smooth. Tom Wilkinson, who played the gangster boss, performed very steadily on the first day of joining the group. After understanding the performance effect required by the director, there were not many NGs in several scenes with Christian Bale. If other actors can also perform well, he is confident that the shooting in New York will be completed ahead of schedule. After several movies, Wayne has entered a state where he can be slightly relieved because the core creative team has a great understanding after continuous cooperation and understands the director's needs very well. This is very different from when he shot the first two films. At the beginning, Wayne told the behind-the-scenes staff what effects he needed, but the final shots were always different from what he told them. Then he could only repeatedly adjust again and again. What kind of scenery, what kind of lighting, camera lens scheduling and camera position, etc. all required him to constantly organize the cooperation of various types of work. No matter whether the crew is large or small, the principles involved are the same. If you want to shoot a scene, you need to start from the arrival of the staff on the set, the scenery, props, planning of camera positions, debugging of lighting, actors putting on makeup, practicing walking positions, on-site recording, starting shooting, script monitoring, shooting lens materials, determining materials, etc. After the end of a day's shooting, you also need to adjust the shooting plan for the next day according to the specific situation. These complex links, as long as there is a problem in one of the types of work in the middle, the plan for production, before shooting will be affected, or even overturned. However, by the time of this movie, these things that often require him to worry about constantly have gradually become less and less. After a long period of cooperation, the core creative team has gradually understood the director's production concept, and they can also tacitly find the director's needs very well. This greatly reduces the early running in time that the crew has to go through, and the filming work will be smoother. When the behind the scenes work does not drag down the time, the speed of shooting the lens material depends on the state of the actors. Another very important point is Tim Burton, who took over the financial work. He is a producer who fully understands the director's work. This can keep the crew running smoothly and let the director focus on creation without having to worry about miscellaneous tasks. Now Wayne only hopes to maintain the stability of the main creative team for a long time. With these highly professional and skilled department heads, he doesn't have to take care of everything. This is a mature production team. He wants to maintain such a team, and in units of years, without too much personnel changes. These are what he cares about now. Just like lighting director Steve Wilson, he has been working with him since Happy Death Day and can still work with him now because he will fight for better treatment for him with the production company, and the same is true for others. This is a commercial society. Only by giving your own people more income and status can you make people work with you steadily. Boss. After returning to the hotel, while Naomi Watts walked into the bathroom, Nina sat next to him and whispered what the Australian girl said. This is a good thing, Nina. Chapter 252. Jimmy's entrepreneurial ambition. Wayne thought it was a good thing that Naomi Watts could realize these things, and he didn't think her current state was bad. This woman's original character was tenacious. If she was still on the original track, she would have worked with Nicole Kidman in The Love of the Girl in 1991, and then returned to Australia because she had no chance in Hollywood. But in 1993, she would be unwilling to come to Los Angeles again with her luggage, hoping to get a better chance to become famous. Naomi Watts, who was in her early 20s, was the most energetic age. She would insist on working in a convenience store while constantly running to the crew for auditions. During this period, she never got any opportunities and could only play minor roles and rely on odd jobs to support her life in Los Angeles. In the big city of Los Angeles, she could not make ends meet, lived in poverty, had no medical insurance, and had no living security. Even so, this woman kept gritting her teeth and kept running to various crews for auditions. This kind of life lasted for 7 years, and finally, by chance, she was appreciated by David Lynch and starred in Mulholland Drive, which made her famous. Such a tenacious character and mentality are what Wayne admires most about her. So from the first film, he was willing to take this patient and cruel woman with him. In some ways, the two of them are so similar. They are all constantly moving forward for their goals. Wayne doesn't even make friends. He insists on learning all kinds of knowledge alone for more than 10 years. He knows very well the pain of pursuing goals. This woman is not like she used to be. She has not experienced the hard time that affected her for 7 years. This may have some impact on her, but Wayne believes that, as long as she doesn't make stupid mistakes, and as long as he is there, she will definitely be more successful than he remembers. With Naomi Watts' current fame, she definitely doesn't need to star in films like The Ring and 21 Grams. Even when necessary, he doesn't mind getting the gorilla out in advance, so that this woman can become an A-lister at the best age. Hey, is there something dirty on my face? The blonde beauty, who had just come out of the bathroom, was wearing a large white bathrobe. She sat opposite Wayne and took out the script, but she found that the man opposite her had been staring at her in a daze. No, you're beautiful. Wayne shook his head gently, looked at Naomi Watts and said, don't be too hard on yourself. I know your acting ability very well, and you can handle this role. Listen, Naomi, as long as you adjust your mentality, this will not be a problem for you at all. I understand. Naomi Watts raised her eyebrows, and her face regained the confidence it should have. After this film is finished, I will go back to Los Angeles and find another acting school. If she only starred in summer popcorn type commercial films, she felt that her acting skills were enough, but if she wanted to continue to star in Wayne's films, then at the current level, she would definitely need to improve. These are what she just figured out. The man opposite will definitely not make those popcorn movies in the future. His works are inherently artistic. Under the dark style, they always discuss human nature, social attributes, various consciousness concepts, etc. This kind of film can maximize the performance desire of actors, but it raises the requirements for the actors themselves. Hearing her arrangement for him, Wayne smiled knowingly, lit a cigarette, and said, this is a very smart choice, Naomi. You will become an Oscar winner in the future, and you will definitely have your own little golden man. Oscar is not my first pursuit. I still remember what you said at the beginning. Naomi Watts crossed her legs on the sofa, not caring about the prying eyes of the man opposite. She knew what the other party appreciated about her figure. You won't forget the career path you planned for me when we first met, right? I remember every word clearly. After these few years of experience, I found that everything you said was right. This is definitely the most suitable career plan for me. I plan to succeed in business first. When I can have the box office appeal of Julia Roberts, I should also have the capital to compete for awards. Only then will I consider the issue of professional awards. Wayne exhaled a puff of green smoke and praised sincerely, "You are very clear-headed. All these will come true." Rolling her eyes at him, Naomi was cheesed. "I learned from you that I must always maintain a clear self-awareness and a clear mind." He smiled and shook his head, picked up tomorrow's shooting plan again, and lowered his head to start his work. In the second floor office of CAA in Burbank, Los Angeles, the city of angels, Jimmy looked at the sky outside the window, rubbed his forehead hard, and started to tidy up the documents on the table. Because of the departure of Michael Ovitz, the king of agents, CAA has been in turmoil for a while. His immediate superior was also squeezed out of the company because of the failure of the power struggle, which made Jimmy's situation very embarrassing. He did not think of finding another faction for himself. If those partners did not pay attention to him, he would do it this way first to see if there was a chance to seek to become a partner. But things were far from as simple as he thought. At today's routine meeting, Martin Bob, one of the largest partners in the company, expressed dissatisfaction with his work and hoped that he could add more CAA clients to Wayne's crew. He had a headache just thinking about the process. Jimmy had different ideas from those big agents. He had always put himself in a very correct position, that is, the role of Wayne's service. He had never had any other messy ideas. Through today's routine meeting, he suddenly realized one thing. These people were busy fighting for the rights vacated by Michael Ovitz's departure. They didn't care about anything else and completely ignored a big thing. Wayne's agent contract is about to expire. If the company is normal, they should have contacted him to discuss the issue of advance appointment, but these senior partners seem to have ignored this. The 4-year agent contract signed in 1991 should only have about half a year left. This issue related to the company's top client seems to be the only one in the company who cares about him. This is obviously abnormal. Based on what Jimmy has observed, it is estimated that by next year, a large number of CAA's agents and clients will definitely be lost. "Hey, I knew you weren't gone." The half-closed door of the office was pushed open, and Stan Horford walked in with a briefcase. After sitting across from the desk, he said, "Jimmy, don't care about those shitty senior partners. Now they have all become power beasts. Even because of right manning, Martin Bob can only add some obstacles to your becoming a partner. He will never dare to force you away. Stan Horford is his only friend in the company." The two walked out of the mailroom together. After that, their relationship has been maintained well in the past few years. This is a rare agent who doesn't get jealous. "I'm fine. Let's go have a drink together." Jimmy put away the documents on the table, took his suit jacket from the hanger, and asked him to go out together. Okay. The two left the company and went directly to the bar they often went to without driving. Jimmy didn't take Martin Bob's exclusion too seriously. What he was worried about now was Wayne's contract renewal. As long as this big director was still his client, no one at CAA dared to force him too much. The reason why he didn't bring up this matter at the regular meeting was that he actually had another idea, but he was hesitating and couldn't make up his mind. The bar was not far from the company building. It was also a gathering place for nearby white-collar workers. After get off work, the two of them often came here for a drink before. After the two entered the bar, they walked directly to the corner of the bar and ordered 2 large glasses of beer. Jimmy hadn't spoken since he entered the bar. He kept turning the glass in his hand and calculating the gains and losses in his mind. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he suddenly spoke and whispered to his companion who was staring at the beautiful woman looking for prey. "Stan, if I want to quit my job and start my own business, what do you think? F***K. Are you crazy, Jimmy?" Stan Horford stopped swaying with the music, and his eyes turned away from the scantily clad woman, looking at him in disbelief. "Don't be impulsive. Think about how hard we have worked to get to this point. Calm down, Jimmy. Don't let anger dominate your mind. As he said that, he grabbed his companion's shoulders and shook them vigorously a few times, staring at the other person's eyes with a serious expression. Listen to me. Shaking his shoulders, Jimmy shook off the other person's hands on his shoulders and said in a very serious tone, "There is a situation you don't know. Wayne's agent contract is coming soon, but now I'm the only one who has noticed this." What? Stan Horford opened his mouth in surprise. Seeing his surprised look, he probably didn't expect that such an important client would be ignored by the company in turmoil. "So, I plan to resign in a while and then create a small agency." Jimmy shrugged, took a big sip of beer and continued. Stan Horford suddenly understood that no one who can survive in a competitive place like CAA is a fool. He looked at the surrounding environment and deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Are you going to take Wayne Greenberg away from CAA?" "Yes." Jimmy nodded. This was also the decision he just made. With my relationship with Wayne, I'm 80% sure that he will sign with the agency I established, and I will tell him that this company will only serve him. All business will also revolve around him, and I will even attract investment from him, let him occupy a part of the shares, and completely tie the two of us together. What do you think of this plan? Chapter 253, Genuine Jewish Capitalist. Jimmy's words were very convincing and feasible. Stan Horford knew that, if the other party really wanted to do this, there was a high probability that he would succeed. "Stan." Jimmy looked at his friend, stretched out his right hand, and said, "Do you want to try it together? I think we can become partners directly." This proposal was indeed very tempting, and Stan Horford fell into silence. The music in the bar seemed to disappear at this moment, and the state lasted for more than 10 minutes. "When you officially resign, tell me in advance, and we will go to register the company together." He also stretched out his arm and clapped his hands 3 times in a row. Picking up the beer glasses in their hands, they clinked them vigorously and drank the beer in the glasses together. "Don't worry, Stan." Jimmy squinted his eyes and said, "I have thought about it. After the company is established, the two of us will only operate around Wayne as a client, and then I will sign a small number of small actors according to the situation, and put them into Wayne's projects. This model of business method will definitely be successful." Stan Horford nodded, knowing that this was the safest way for a small company to make a profit. While the agent was planning to start a business, the crew in New York was also filming smoothly. Christian Bale performed as usual, and Naomi Watts began to adapt to the pace of filming. Bruce Wayne's fear of himself comes from the deepest part of his heart. When he overcomes his fear and stands among the bats and is reborn, he is truly ready to become Batman. On the set, Wayne pulled Christian Bale and was explaining the play to him. "You have now gained your own powerful strength through hard study and training, and have overcome the fear and weakness in your heart. You are officially qualified to incarnate fear and become a messenger of justice in the dark." "Christian." Wayne patted his shoulder. "I'm not worried about your emotions. You have always performed very well. Now the filming progress is very fast. You must adjust your mentality in time and relax before the end of filming." "I will. I have plenty of time to rest after the filming is over, but before the end of the filming, I will do my best to play the role well." Christian Bale vowed. Well, Wayne knew at a glance that his words were in vain. He has tried to speed up the shooting, otherwise no one can guarantee that this young man will not be overwhelmed by the pressure of acting and being too immersed in the role. "Okay, I look forward to your performance in the remaining shots." Christian Bale nodded and walked into the set that was about to start shooting. This was a restaurant on the streets of New York. After the scene was set up, an important scene between the hero and heroine would be filmed here. Lighting? Okay. Camera? Ready. As all departments were ready, the hero and heroine also entered the state. After the clapperboard sounded, the shooting officially began. "Rachel, no, all this is not." At the beginning of the shooting, Christian Bale looked at the heroine Naomi Watts, and an uneasy look appeared on his face. He seemed to want to explain, but he hesitated and didn't know how to say it. "This is not the real me. In fact, I'm definitely not so superficial in my heart. Come on, Bruce, let's buy a few more restaurants." Charlize Theron and another blonde beauty shouted to Christian Bale in a sports car at the door of the restaurant. Naomi Watts smiled and said to her childhood sweetheart, Bruce, I believe that deep down in your heart, you are still that upright kid, but it doesn't matter who you are underneath. What you do is the most important. After that, she restrained her facial expression and turned to walk away. Cut. Wayne held up the megaphone, but his eyes were fixed on the monitor screen. There is no problem with this scene, it's past. Hearing the director shout past, the staff rushed forward. They began to clean up the shooting scene. Naomi Watts pouted and watched. Charlize Theron walked to the director's seat. Wayne. The South African beauty smiled. How did I perform? Very well, you look beautiful in the camera. Wayne said her advantages, but in fact it was just a minor role, and there was basically no performance to speak of. The only advantage was that she was beautiful. Your part is over. Report to the crew of Ace Ventura 2 as soon as possible. Charlize Theron frowned. She heard a hint of perfunctory in the other party's words, but she still kept smiling. I will leave New York tomorrow. Do you want to come to my room tonight, or I will come to find you? I will think about it and call you after the work is finished. Wayne said casually and turned to Zack Snyder on the side and said, finish the transition as soon as possible and we will shoot one more shot before the end of work. Time has gradually come to December. The shooting progress is very smooth and the remaining scenes are getting less and less. Now that Mehdi shoots one more shot, she can free up more time for post-production. Charlize Theron watched him busy communicating with the staff, glanced at the place where Naomi Watts rested, snorted in her heart, and turned to the Mac-Coupe car. It has been many days since she came to New York to join the crew, but she did not deliberately look for Wayne, just because she didn't want him to think that she was causing trouble. She tried to ask him, because her scenes were finished, and she was about to leave. But now she understands a little bit. As long as the Australian woman is there, this man will hardly look at other women. The subsequent transition shooting went smoothly. It was declared past after 2 NGs, and another day's work was over. Wayne also returned to the film room to review the shots shot today, and then made arrangements for the next day's shooting, based on the obviously exceeded shooting schedule. However, his work was interrupted by a phone call. Nina covered the phone and whispered, Harvey Weinstein. Give it to me. Wayne stretched, took the phone, and put it to his ear, and lit a cigarette with one hand. Hi, this is Wayne. What can I do for you? Harvey Weinstein's voice came from the phone. Hi, how is the shooting? I want to talk to you about the schedule of The Witches. When do you think it will be suitable? Wayne had already made a plan. After the publicity funds are in place, let's put them in late December or early January. I will urge Warner Brothers to pay the share. You don't have to worry about this. After the project is launched, it must not be delayed too long. The topic must be heated up in a short period of time to drive movie fans into the theaters quickly. No problem, I will handle the publicity and promotion. Do you have any other suggestions? Other suggestions? Wayne pondered for a while, recalled the customized plan and said, you have someone cut a more realistic documentary, just like the one that was accidentally leaked, and send it to the TV station together with the missing person notices of the 3 missing college students. Buy more local TV stations, even late night exploration programs. Don't worry. Harvey Weinstein said over the phone, this is not a problem. I will send it to the media together with a lot of historical materials about witches, eyewitness evidence, diaries and other things. I have already produced the handwritten notes of the missing people in the movie before they disappeared, their photos and various materials about their families, and various news reports after them, and I'm just waiting to spread them all together. Harvey, you have to insist on being very convincing. Wayne didn't care about the 2 eavesdropping women. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and continued on the phone. Whether you give these things to the TV station or various tabloid media, you have to insist that it is a videotape that was discovered by accident, and then say that the videotape is still being urgently repaired and will be released after a while. Okay, I'll give the order. I have already contacted a large printing factory. As long as the report causes some discussion, I will immediately increase the promotion efforts here and post missing person notices in newspapers, magazines, videotape rental stores and other places in the shortest possible time. Hire volunteers to distribute missing person notices and news reports on the streets of major cities, as well as the handwritten diaries and personal photos of the 3 missing college students. Wayne said with satisfaction, "That's it. People who receive the propaganda information will become the source of the virus. When they spread the virus, social hotspots will emerge." Just as they finished talking, and he was about to hang up the phone, he suddenly stopped what he was doing, raised the phone again and said, "Harvey, find a way to gather all the film's main creators together, give them some money, and arrange for them to travel to a distant place. After the film is officially released, bring them all back, and let them participate in the promotion according to the contract, to attract the anger of the media and the whole society. Remember, Miramax is only the distributor, and the producer is the main creator of the film. Okay." When Harvey Weinstein hung up the phone, he immediately wiped the sweat off his face. The last few words of this young man made him feel that he was a ruthless person. This was definitely a genuine Jewish capitalist. As long as the plan goes smoothly, he and Wayne's Witch Studio will make a lot of money, but those young people will definitely face the anger of the whole society. Those deceived fans will probably want to tear them apart, especially the young director who shot the film. It is estimated that his dream of being a director in this life will end here. He will gain huge fame. As for what this fame will bring him, no one knows. Wayne Greenberg. Harvey Weinstein whispered the name and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. He didn't look like a young man, but a venomous snake. Otherwise, how could he come up with such a virus plan? Chapter 254 Return to Summer Season. Wayne had said everything he needed to say during the phone conversation with Harvey Weinstein this time, and he was not going to pay attention to this matter anymore. He believed that the fat Jewish man would never miss the opportunity to make extra money. He had just made up his mind about this matter temporarily. Now everything was led by the fat man, and the rest was just waiting to share the benefits. He continued to finish the work at hand, raised his wrist to check the time, and it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Wayne stood up and stretched, tilting his head to the 2 women, who were discussing fashion magazines. "I'm okay here, let's go to dinner." The 2 women put down the magazines. Nina helped him pick up his briefcase, and walked out of the film room together. Naomi Watts put her arm around his arm, and said as she walked, "How about we go back to the room, and ask the hotel to deliver the meal? Their beef is good." "Okay, as long as it can fill my stomach." He didn't care about these. He had worked all day, and now he just wanted to take a good shower, fill his stomach and rest. After returning to the hotel room, Wayne went straight into the bathroom in the bedroom before dinner was served, took off all his clothes, and stood under the shower head. As the warm water rushed down, the fatigue from working all day seemed to be washed away with the hot water, making him regain some energy. The filming has entered the final stage, and the previous literary scenes are almost done. The remaining scenes are almost all action scenes. This kind of action scenes are mainly done by stunt doubles and action guidance teams, who are professionals. Judging from the current progress, as long as there are no problems in the subsequent filming, it should be possible to finish filming before Christmas and shoot all the footage. Nami. Suddenly there was a slight sound of closing the door and the sound of taking off clothes. Wayne asked with his back to the door and his eyes closed, and his tired body continued to enjoy the water. "Aren't you used to washing before going to bed? Dinner is served so soon." However, before he finished asking, he felt a woman hugging him from behind and reaching her hands to important places. "Sally?" Wayne felt something was wrong. This figure was obviously taller than Naomi Watts. He immediately opened his eyes and looked back. What caught his eye was Charlize Theron's blonde hair. "How did you get in?" The South African beauty raised her head and looked at him. Her light green eyes were full of teasing. She turned to him and hugged him and said, "I want to take a shower too. Do you mind if we do it together?" Charlize Theron did not answer how she got in. The corners of her mouth slightly curled up. She raised her head and looked at him with wide eyes. She knew what this young director liked. As long as the beauty was delivered to her mouth, he would not care at all. He was a standard Hollywood playboy. Wayne tilted his head, stared into her eyes, raised one hand to pinch her chin, lowered his head, and the lips of the 2 people were getting closer and closer. Just when they were about to kiss, Charlize Theron suddenly reached out and pushed his chest. Then she winked at him playfully, with a hint of provocation in her tone, and said, "I sneaked in here. Aren't you afraid that the woman outside will suddenly find out?" South African Diamond's eyes were full of pride. He clearly saw the appreciation of his beautiful body from the man's eyes, and knew that he definitely met the other party's aesthetic standards. "Sally, can I take this as you deliberately challenging my patience?" Wayne noticed the teasing in the woman's eyes, stretched out an arm to pull her into his arms, lowered his head, and stared at her, and asked in a low voice, "Don't you know how beautiful you are now? Especially under the light in the bathroom." Charlize Theron twisted her body gently, stood on tiptoes, and kissed the other person's face hard. "I like you to praise me like this." Although she knew that this man would only say these things when his hormones were high, and he was completely different at other times, it was a woman's nature to enjoy men's praise. Even if South African Diamond knew it clearly, she was still willing to listen to him. Regardless of whether he was the cold-faced controller in the crew at work or the sober-minded capitalist in daily life, at least at this moment he was really fascinated by himself, just like a best lover. "Really? Do you like it?" Unlike what Charlize Theron expected, Wayne stretched out a hand and placed it behind her head and suddenly pressed his head down with force. "But if you provoke me, you must be punished, you understand?" Charlize Theron did not resist, rolled her eyes and whispered, "Remember when we were in the bathroom of the manor? I like a rough way. Punish me. A little rough." Hearing the words of South African Diamonds, Wayne's eyes lit up instantly, and the beast in his heart, that was suppressed by busy work, seemed to be awakened all of a sudden. But the other party was not all berry after all, and had not made any mistakes. He didn't want to let the beast in his heart get out of control again. The way he treated Charlize Theron was just a little more excessive than that used on Naomi Watts. As the warm water continued to rush down, the atmosphere in the bathroom became more and more heated. The assistant in the living room looked at Naomi Watts concentrating on setting up the dinner. She was confused about whether she should tell her half-best friend that the South African woman had just sneaked into the bedroom. As Nina was struggling, time slowly approached 8 o'clock in the evening. The Australian beauty also noticed the time. She muttered strangely and walked towards the master bedroom of the suite. Damn it, Wayne didn't fall asleep in the bathroom. Naomi. Before Nina could call her, the door of the master bedroom was pushed open from the inside. Wayne, wearing a white bathrobe, walked out refreshed. Most importantly, there was a little tail following him. Charlize Theron didn't look embarrassed at all. She nodded to Naomi Watts, took a few steps forward, and said to the man beside her, "I'm going back to my room first. I'll leave New York tomorrow to report to the crew of Ace Ventura 2. Call me when you have time, after returning to Los Angeles." As she spoke, she raised her hand and made a phone call gesture next to her ear. She winked at him playfully, turned around and elegantly opened the door of the hotel room and walked out. So the dinner ended in a very weird atmosphere. With Wayne's thick skin, he didn't take it seriously at all. It was just a small dessert at work. Although Naomi Watts was not very comfortable, she rarely said anything weird. She knew very well that they were not in a responsible relationship. This man didn't need to explain anything to her. This was his private life. After dinner, the assistant secretly rolled her eyes at her boss. She was one of the people who knew Wayne best. In her opinion, her boss was a complete scumbag who would love any pretty girl who came close to him. "Why are you having dinner now? Don't tell me you just came out of the film room." When Wayne put the last bite of beef into his mouth and hadn't put down his knife and fork, Tim Burton pushed open the door and walked in. He nodded to Nina and Naomi Watts familiarly and asked casually when he looked at him. He picked up the red wine with the meal, raised his head, and drank it all, took out a few tissues to wipe his mouth, walked to the sofa and sat down, took out a cigarette and lit it, and said, "You know, do more work now, and you will do less in the later editing." "Okay." Tim Burton shrugged. He knew that his partner was a workaholic. "I just received a call from Jeff, asking about the estimated completion time of the film. The new year is coming soon, and Warner Brothers is very anxious about the publicity and promotion work in the film release date. Although he, as a production manager, appears on the crew every day, his main energy is focused on finance. He has to communicate with the third-party guarantee company every day to ensure the crew's expenses and smooth operation. Therefore, He is not very clear about the specific progress of the film. After all, if he cares too much about these things, it is very easy to cause the director's disgust. The filming will probably be completed around Christmas, but the time for post-production is not so certain. After all, this film will have some special effects. No one knows whether those tedious and annoying tasks will go smoothly. Scratching his head, Wayne took a deep puff of cigarette, and while calculating in his mind, he said, "The remaining important scenes all involve action scenes and the explosion at the end. Forget it, I'll call Jeff. I just happen to have something to discuss with him." As he said that, he shook his head and waved to Nina, took the phone from her, found Jeff Robinov's home number, and dialed it. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and the CEO of Warner Brothers must have gone off work. He didn't have to wait so long before the call was picked up. He estimated that the other party should be in the study, not far from the phone. "Hi, Jeff, this is Wayne," he said to the phone. "Did I disturb your rest?" Jeff Robinov's hearty voice came from the microphone. "No, how is the filming going? Is it going smoothly?" "Of course, I mean it's going very smoothly," Wayne said while smiling at Tim Burton, who was sitting opposite him. "Tim just came to me and said that I will finish all the filming of the film around Christmas. The time for post-production is not certain, but it can be completed by May at the latest." "Well, May." Jeff Robinov pondered for a few seconds, then said, "That's completely in time. We can premiere it at the beginning of the summer season on the second weekend of May. What do you think?" The second weekend of May is considered a golden period, and Jeff Robinov has his own considerations. If the film is a big success at this time, it will be a good start for Warner Brothers' summer season this year. "Okay, no problem on my side. The distribution department will make the decision on this matter." Chapter 255 I want PG-13. Warner Brothers Publicity and Distribution Department submitted a proposal to Jeff Robinov that the film Batman, currently being filmed and produced, has 3 release date suggestions. The first one is of course mid-June. Wayne Greenberg's films have a high success rate and do not have to worry about market competition. If they are released during the hottest time of the summer season, they will be the most suitable time to maximize box office and other benefits. The latter option is May, which is the beginning of the summer season, because Wayne's previous films have been successful during this period, which can continue the fans' viewing habits, and is easier to operate in terms of publicity. At the same time, there is another advantage. If Batman can be successful at the beginning of the summer season, it will be a good start for Warner Brothers, which will make the box office pressure of the films released later much less. Jeff Robinov still has lingering fears about this year's summer season. During the entire period, the films produced and released by the company were almost wiped out. It was not until September that it saved some face with it. Jeff. Wayne clamped the phone between his neck and took a sip of coffee. "For this film, we can't use the same name as the previous 2 films. We need to let fans know at a glance that this is a new work after the film was re-released." "Okay, you decide what the specific name is. Just make it different from the previous ones and tell the general public that this story has nothing to do with the previous 2 films." Jeff Robinov supported his decision as always. This is the habit of the CEO of Warner Brothers. He absolutely supports all issues related to the production of the film, and then quietly waits for the film to succeed and the project he promotes to earn a lot of revenue. That's enough. When the company promotes it to the outside world, let's call it Batman Begins. Wayne plagiarized the name without any embarrassment. Since he had a ready-made successful template, he didn't plan to think about it again. He continued, "Tell the distribution department that you can mention the Joker more when promoting the film. Let the fans know that these 2 stories take place in the same universe and the same city, and that they will eventually meet. Use the huge popularity of Arthur the Joker to raise the audience's expectations to the highest level. I understand. You don't have to worry about the publicity and promotion. The distribution department has already set up many plans." Jeff Robinov paused and thought for a while before continuing. "You have to edit a 30-second trailer with Dawn Scott before mid-January. It's best not to use large-scale shots in this trailer. The company has already booked the Super Bowl halftime advertising show in advance. The trailer will be placed in the first advertising slot. At that time, hundreds of millions of families will watch it. We must pay attention to the impact. With Jeff Robinoff's understanding of this young man, he should know the reason why large-scale shots are not allowed. This is a work with an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars. There must be no negative comments, and there is no need to rely on provoking controversy to market it. The film itself is the biggest selling point, and there are many powerful conditions for marketing and promotion. There is no need to use controversy as a tricky way to promote it. No problem. Wayne knew the importance of this film to him, and he could not help but restrain his production style. Don't worry, I will strictly control the large-scale shots, and there will be no overly bloody scenes. After the film is completed, it will also be rated PG-13. I will not be willful with this project. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that if this film was sent to MPAA for review by other production companies, it would most likely be rated R, but Warner Brothers was different. They were a member of MPAA, so it would not be too difficult to get the film rated PG-13 in the end. Even if he didn't specifically mention it, the company would operate according to this level. The difference between these two different levels of audiences was too huge. The investment in this film was so high that it certainly couldn't turn away those underage fans. Otherwise the pressure to recover the cost would be too great. Speaking of MPAA ratings, Jeff Robinoff was not worried at all. Okay, don't worry about the company. Just focus on filming and production. Warner Brothers will definitely guarantee the film rating. By the way, Jeff. Wayne glanced at Tim Burton, who was sitting opposite him, and said to the microphone, I need to use a sum of money in the near future. You know, all my cash has been invested in the company's equity expansion financing, so I understand. After work tomorrow, I will urge the financial department to calculate your director's share as soon as possible. After calculating the time in his mind, Jeff Robinoff said without hesitation, let your accountant come to the company the day after tomorrow. The first $200 million theater share of it will be settled with your accountant as soon as possible. No problem, that's it. Tim is still here with me. We'll talk when we get back to Los Angeles. After finishing the business, Wayne was about to hang up the phone, but the voice from the other side interrupted his action of putting down the phone. Wayne, what do you think of this year's Oscars? Jeff Robinoff asked tentatively. If the company works at full capacity, it should be able to win 2 technical awards, but for Best Director, a nomination is enough. Wayne would not harbor any illusions. This film could earn him some points, and that was enough. I will not attend the previews, canvassing parties and cocktail parties. Let the company's public relations department handle it. Just make sure there is a nomination. His words made the CEO of Warner Brothers feel relieved. Although this film is full of social attributes, humanistic care and some exploration of family issues, the main theme is still an American horror film. It is not difficult to get a nomination with the company's media resources, but it is too difficult to win the award. Well, you go ahead and do your work. I will inform you of the results after the nominees' lunch. After hanging up the phone, Wayne smiled and shook his head. He understood that the Oscar for Best Director was a golden statuette that no director in the circle could resist. Jeff Robinoff was afraid that he would get too excited and could not resist the temptation to force public relations. He shrugged at Tim Burton. Okay, the company has settled it. Let's talk about the rest of the filming plan. The CEO of Warner Brothers, who was far away in Los Angeles, did breathe a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone in his study. With the revenue generated by it, and the importance of Wayne to Warner Brothers now, as long as the other party expressed his intention to force the award, even if he knew that the success rate was less than 2 cities, the company must support him unconditionally. Especially in the past 2 years, Warner Brothers has made a large share of the film revenue, and it can be said that it is one leg supporting the company, and the other leg is the sum of other projects. Not only the box office figures, but also the properties of his films. In offline operations, the profits are much higher than that box office revenue. The film Joker is still the main force in the videotape market even now. Especially after Jurassic Park 2 years ago, the investment in Hollywood commercial blockbusters has become higher and higher in the past 2 years, and the investment cost of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions has caused increasing pressure to recover the investment. Even in those traditional film countries in Europe, the media began to sing the pessimism of Hollywood movies, but they only saw the return on investment ratio of the box office, and always felt that it was reasonable to sing the pessimism of Hollywood. A film with a production cost of $60 million must have about $20 to $30 million in publicity and distribution funds. With such a huge investment scale, even if the box office exceeds $200 million, the final profit of the producer will lose tens of millions of dollars. This can be regarded as a common phenomenon in Hollywood in the past 2 years. Just looking at these, the 6 major film giants should have gone bankrupt at least dozens of times, but things are not like this. Hollywood did not collapse because of this. Not to mention the 6 giants, many small companies did not disappear because of this. Various film investment funds are still emerging in an endless stream. Not only did they not reduce the enthusiasm and scale of investors, but more large-scale investment and production were continuously invested in filming. The reason for all this is that in addition to obtaining box office revenue in theaters, the film can also create several times the box office revenue offline. Since the 1980s, the emergence of video recorders and videotapes has given all Hollywood production companies a shot in the arm. This career can be said to have saved Hollywood for the first time. At the same time, George Lucas opened up the concept of commercial blockbusters, creating terrifying offline income, and the bulk of the film revenue gradually shifted. With more and more profit models and profit channels, Hollywood's production costs are also increasing year by year. After the 1990s, through the operation of complete upstream and downstream channels, the profit point of a movie is no longer the box office share of the theater company, and it may not even account for 20% of the total revenue. Of course, all subsequent income must be based on the box office figures, offline TV station copyright sales, authorization of peripheral products, from houses and cars to children's toys and pencils. All income is based on box office figures. And now the most important, videotapes, whether rented or sold. This career can create terrifying profits. With the popularization of video recorders, its production cost is so low that it can be ignored, and almost all of the sales are profits. In this market, Wayne's film attributes have always been the most popular type. The profits created by his several films from videotape rental and sales alone are more than several times the box office profits. This is the important reason why Warner Brothers wants to tie him down, give him a high share of the box office, and even let him buy shares in the company. The offline profits that Wayne's films can create are too terrifying. Even if this number is not made public, the remaining 5 giants in the industry can more or less guess it. So he is too important to Warner Brothers, and this importance is still growing. Jeff Robinoff has to take his feelings into consideration, no matter what he does, even during the awards season, because of this. If Warner Brothers doesn't support you, there are big capital and big companies willing to line up to support you. This circle has always been like this. Whoever can create more benefits is the best friend of capital. These days, I should have updated more than 6,000 words twice. I can't stand taking medicine for high blood pressure, and my mother doesn't let me stay up late to write. Batman is about to reach its climax, and I can also take advantage of these days to think about the design behind it. Since it was put on the shelves, I have updated 12,000 words a day, and I have persisted for more than a month. This amount of updates will continue in the future, so let me slow down and take a breath. Chapter 256, The First Share, $50 million. On the third day after Wayne spoke with Jeff Robinoff on the phone, his agent Jimmy accompanied accountant Colin Howard into the financial department of the Warner Brothers building. According to the agreement signed before the filming of it, as the director, screenwriter and second producer of the film, Wayne's director salary was $10 million, and the part-time producer and screenwriter received a symbolic salary of $100,000 each. According to the rules of the industry, this part of the basic remuneration for the film has been deposited into the account of Greenberg Studio 3 times before the filming, when the production is completed, and after the release of the film, and the basic remuneration has been fully settled. And this time, Warner Brothers will pay him the share of the box office in the later period. the first box office share of it. The theater company had paid the first share of up to $130 million to the distributor Warner Bros. 28 days after the film was released. This was distributed based on the total box office of $250 million at the time. According to the share agreement that Jimmy had negotiated, Wayne, as the director of the film, enjoyed 20% of the total North American box office income, so his first director's share reached a terrifying $50 million. After Jeff Robinoff's greeting, the financial department of Warner Bros. Did not delay the payment of this huge share for half a year as signed in the contract. After Colin Howard's confirmation, the money was very happily deposited into the Greenberg studio account. Jimmy also transferred $8 million to the Witch Studio after reporting to the client far away in New York for the subsequent publicity and marketing of the film, which has been officially named Blair Witch. At the same time, Harvey Weinstein also entered the same number. This publicity and promotion fund was obtained by him after strict calculation. In order to achieve the expected publicity effect, this publicity investment of up to $16 million could not be saved at all. This would also be the first time in Hollywood that such a strange thing would appear. The production cost of a film of more than 400,000 yuan was 40 times the production cost. At that time, it would definitely shock everyone. Not long after Jimmy and Colin Howard walked out of the Warner Brothers building, an old white man frowned and held a few newspapers and pushed open the door of Jeff Robinoff's office. "Clint, what happened?" The CEO of Warner Brothers looked at the big director in confusion and invited him to the lounge. "Sit down and talk. What would you like to drink? How about coffee?" At this time, Clint Eastwood, who looked more like a Texas redneck than a big director, threw several newspapers in his hand on the coffee table, took the coffee handed over by the secretary, and said thank you. When they were the only two left in the office, he frowned slightly, stretched out his hand, and pointed at the newspapers, and said, "The distribution department actually postponed the release of Batman Begins to mid-May. Did you know about this?" "Yes, I know." Jeff Robinoff glanced at the newspapers. These authoritative media all use large pages to publish various related information about Batman Begins. He also asked the distribution department to release the news. This big production with a production cost of up to $120 million can be said to have started large-scale publicity from now on. But the release date of The Bridges of Madison County has been scheduled by the distribution department for early June. Clint Eastwood knew better than anyone that the influence of that young director and the super large production would definitely not dissipate in half a month. Both films are invested and produced by Warner Brothers. You should be very clear about the impact this will have. Before the release date is announced and the promotion begins, The Bridges of Madison County needs to adjust the release date. It's not that the old cowboy is afraid of competition, but there is no need to do so. Both films are produced and distributed by the same company. Moreover, the genre of The Bridges of Madison County is a love film, and there is no chance of competition at all. Clint Eastwood proposed to change gears because he knew this clearly. There is also a very important point. After the summer season in the past few years, no one in the industry wants to encounter Wayne Greenberg's film, even if it is 2 weeks later. Well, Jeff Robinoff thought for a while and said, "I will contact the distribution department to postpone the promotion of The Bridges of Madison County and postpone the film to November. What do you think?" The summer schedule is almost full in advance. As long as he thinks about it, he can remember several big productions of companies with big investments released almost every weekend. But November, which is close to the end of the year, is different. This is a relatively unpopular movie schedule, and it should be a good time to show this love movie. "Okay." Clint Eastwood nodded. "This is not much different from his previous idea. I'll inform Merrill when I get back that the film's release date has been changed and the publicity has been postponed. That's it. I won't disturb you from working." The old cowboy stood up and shook hands with the other party. He turned around and prepared to open the door to go out. Halfway through, he stopped again and turned back and said, "Give me an invitation to the premiere of Batman Begins and introduce me to that guy." Jeff Robinoff smiled and said, "No problem. The filming in New York will be over soon. When he returns to Los Angeles, I will introduce you to him later." Not only the old cowboy noticed the release date issue, but Paul Knight, the director of the distribution department of Sony Columbia Pictures at 10202 West Washington Avenue in California, was also sensitive to this matter. At this time, he was holding a copy of Hollywood Daily Entertainment in his hand, looking at the huge headline with a gloomy face. The Dark King of Hollywood returns to the beginning of the summer season. Wayne Greenberg and Batman Begins are another carnival for moviegoers. Just this morning, the producer of Batman Begins, Warner Brothers, announced the official release date of the film. This blockbuster with an investment of up to $120 million has been confirmed to meet fans at the beginning of the summer season on the second weekend of May. This release time is also the first time that director Wayne Greenberg has returned to the beginning of the summer season after a year. So far, except for this year's horror film It, all other films he directed have achieved great success in this period. According to the information obtained by the reporter, the filming of Batman Begins has come to an end. This is also the second time that Wayne Greenberg has brought DC characters to the big screen after the Joker. Bang! Paul Knight slammed the newspaper on the desk and looked out the window with an extremely ugly face. Warner Brothers made him feel very uncomfortable with the schedule. This year, the big production he promoted, which is also Sony Columbia's top film Jumanji, has just been decided to be released in mid-May. The only consolation for Paul Knight is that the release date of the film has not been announced yet. In this circle, it can be said that no one knows a director better than him. The film of that young man cannot be measured by market rules at all. Wayne Greenberg, you dark lunatic, FXXK. He muttered angrily, frowned and stood up, walked around the desk twice, and sighed after a few minutes, picked up the phone on the desk, and dialed it. William, this is Paul. I have something to discuss with you. When the other party picked up the phone, he glanced at the newspaper on the table, and suddenly made up his mind. The release date of Jumanji needs to be changed. What? William Titler's puzzled voice came from the microphone. As the producer of the film, he had just negotiated the release date with Sony Columbia yesterday. He didn't understand why it had to be changed temporarily after just one day. Warner Brothers has announced the release date of Batman. If you insist on releasing it at the beginning of the summer, you will inevitably clash with Wayne Greenberg. Unless you want to compete with that dark lunatic, it is best to release it at a different time. On the other end of the phone, William Titler was not surprised to hear his exasperated tone. Now, anyone in the industry who encounters that dark director will choose to avoid him at the first opportunity. But except for the best May schedule, the rest of the summer schedule is also crowded with big productions from various large and small production companies. Compared with them, Jumanji has no advantage. Paul, there is no more suitable release time in the summer schedule, except the beginning of the schedule. What do you suggest? We put the film at the end of the year, in the Christmas schedule in December. Paul Knight glanced at the glaring headlines on the newspaper again, and gritted his teeth to express his opinion. Believe me, the movies of that madman can never be measured by market rules. The farther we are from him, the better. Okay, I will inform the main creative team of the crew. We will temporarily set it for December. I will come to the company to discuss the specific release date after the work is over. After the call, Paul Knight first breathed a sigh of relief, and then suddenly laughed. He found one thing, that is, Jumanji is still good. It has not officially announced the release date, and has not started to invest money in publicity, but some movies are going to be unlucky. This makes him feel the pleasure of watching others about to be unlucky, but he has escaped. And Paul Knight is sure that it is definitely not just the movies in May that are unlucky. If things go wrong, the big productions in June will also be affected by Batman Begins. According to his research on Wayne Greenberg, this movie is not a pure horror movie, and it is even less likely to have such a short release cycle. Based on the performance of Joker at the time, this Batman movie is expected to be released for a long time. Moreover, as a comic character, Bruce Wayne is much more famous than the Joker. It is not an exaggeration to say that his fans are all over the world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257. He is almost forcing us to sell our butts. Just as Paul Knight thought, some people are really upset and in a dilemma. Not far from the Warner Brothers building, in another building in Burbank, the media capital, in an office on the 7th floor of 20th Century Fox, Townsend Rothman, the head of the film and television production department, was also frowning as he read the newspaper. It seems that you just saw it too. Townsend Rothman was so absorbed in reading the report that he didn't notice someone pushing the door and walking in. When he heard someone talking, he looked up and saw the CEO sitting opposite him. What do you think about this? Jeff Giannopoulos, the CEO of 20th Century Fox, looked at him and pointed at the newspaper in his hand. It's actually released on the same day. Townsend Rothman shook his head, took out a cigar box from the drawer, took out a cigar, lit it with a blowtorch, and took a puff in annoyance. To be honest, Jeff, if I had known he would be so successful, I would never have insisted on those harsh conditions and pushed this kid into the arms of Warner Brothers. I thought I was just repaying old Reuben for a favor, and then the matter would be over. Alas, who would have thought that the kid was not just lucky to succeed, he is indeed a genius. No, it is definitely more than just a genius. Now he can be said to be a master. This is his true feeling. The more successful Wayne Greenberg is, the more complicated his feelings are towards this young man. It can be said that he created the success of Happy Death Day by himself, and because of his arrogance, he personally sent the son of this old friend into the arms of his competitors. It's not your fault, Townsend. Jeff Giannopoulos smiled and shook his head. No one believes that a young man in his early 20s can achieve continuous success, and no one can imagine that he will achieve such a terrifying achievement in just a few years. However, I'm very curious. Curious about what? The CEO of 20th Century Fox said with a smile. I'm very curious whether the young man knows that it was she of New Line who drove his father out of the company and made old Reuben never want to step out of the farm again because of the betrayal of his best friend. Many old people in the Hollywood circle know a little about those past events. After all, the partnership of Robert Shee and Reuben Greenberg is known as another pair of Warner Brothers. Who knows, now they can be regarded as a parent company. Townsend Rothman shrugged and exhaled a large puff of green smoke. Okay, let's not talk about those things. Now let's talk about the film schedule. What do you think about this? This year's top work of 20th Century Fox, Die Hard 3, which cost $90 million to produce, will also be released on the second weekend of May. This is the schedule that was set a month ago. And the most uncomfortable thing is that the release time of the film has long been promoted through its TV network. This is also a blockbuster with an investment of nearly $100 million. It is a typical summer popcorn blockbuster. The publicity work must have started early. 20th Century Fox has invested millions of publicity funds for the early promotion of the film. We can't retreat, Townsend. We can only face the competition head on. And no one knows what the final result will be. Don't worry, Bruce Wesley has a good box office appeal. We are not without the capital to compete. Townsend Rothman also agreed with the CEO's words. The production investment of the two films is not much different, and if we only talk about movie stars, their films may even have more advantages. In addition to the large amount of early publicity funds that have been invested, all they can do now is to compete. And the success of every Hollywood big production is bound to be the result of fierce competition. No film can easily succeed in the golden period of summer. Pay attention to the news of Batman Begins. After the film is completed, Warner Brothers will definitely hold a preview. At that time, we will know what the quality of this film is. Jeff Giannopoulos said. Townsend Rothman nodded. I'll give orders to keep an eye on this film. No one dares to underestimate Wayne Greenberg. If Die Hard 3 hadn't been stuck in a dilemma, no one knows how the CEO of 20th Century Fox would have handled this matter. Although the two films are not much different in size, and are not without competitive strength, the past achievements of the young director are too dazzling, which no one can deny. In the past few years, Wayne Greenberg's films have been constantly creating profits for theater companies. This is what I'm most worried about. Townsend Rothman put the cigar in his hand on the shelf and cast his eyes in the direction of the Warner Brothers building. The theater alliance headed by the 3 major theaters, including Emperor Theaters, will definitely give Batman Begins an unprecedented opening scale. Whether it is the scheduling rate or the number of screens, our Die Hard 3 is probably incomparable. This is an objective situation, and even if they put pressure on the theater companies, they can't change it. Cinemas also need to make profits, especially Wayne's box office performance in the past few years, which will deeply affect the cinema manager's film scheduling. You know, the specific film scheduling time and scheduling rate of the cinema manager are the factors that can most affect the choice of movie fans in the first-hand market. Even if the scheduling rate is the same, the effect of one movie being shown in the morning when there are few people and the other in the evening during prime time can be said to be very different. I will call the theater company personally. Jeff Giannopoulos raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, saying with a headache, the most basic fairness should be achieved. At least the scheduling of the first weekend can be guaranteed, and the subsequent performance depends on the film's performance. In at most 1 year, he will be ready to step down as the CEO of 20th Century Fox. He does not expect Die Hard 3 to win the other party at the box office. As long as the film can withstand the pressure and achieve the expected box office figures, it will be fine. After all, the beginning of the summer season is the most enthusiastic time for movie fans. As long as they can avoid being squeezed out in the first weekend, there will be almost no competitors of sufficient weight in the entire May schedule. For nearly 20 days, the theater market will be occupied by these 2 films. After next year, he won't have to worry about these things. In the future, this movie giant will most likely be taken over by Townsend Rothman. Well, let's leave it at that for now. The specific situation will have to wait until the preview. Townsend Rothman shook his head and remembered something that made him even more helpless. James Cameron is clamoring for more investment again. Damn it. He's almost forcing the company's executives to sell their butts. Paramount is also having a headache. Now this big ship has become a bottomless pit. This project, jointly invested by 20th Century Fox and Paramount, began its early preparations as early as 1993, but James Cameron has been preparing for 2 years. The 2 companies have invested $100 million one after another, but the film has not officially started shooting. Now this studio tyrant has spent all the money again and is chasing the 2 companies again, asking for additional project funds. I heard that he built a ship of the same size. Jeff Giannopoulos asked curiously. Yes, not only that shitty ship, but even the props needed in the film. He customized them from the original factory according to the information. Townsend Rothman didn't want to continue investing money. The capital chain of 20th Century Fox was also very tight. Moreover, with the current preparation progress, even if he invested hundreds of millions of dollars, the film would not be released in the foreseeable future. According to what he learned from the producer, 2 years had passed, and James Cameron had not even made preparations for the filming. He had been tinkering with various props and special effects for the film. I was thinking, should I just replace him? He showed an extremely impatient look on his face. I'll call Shirley Lansing later. We must give that truck driver enough restrictions, otherwise, find another director to replace him. This movie has been delayed for too long. The company has invested too much money, but there is no hope of seeing returns. Now this project has become a joke in the circle. It's like a quagmire that has trapped the 2 companies together. While all the production companies, distribution companies and fans were discussing the release date announced by Warner Brothers, a group of reporters at the door of a studio in New York were also interviewing the producer of Batman Begins. These reporters had a keen sense of smell and ran to New York as soon as possible. Wayne Greenberg's return to the summer season was definitely a big enough gimmick, but the director never liked to be interviewed, so they went directly to the producer. This will be a Greenberg-style super blockbuster. Tim Burton faced a group of reporters' chaotic questions, stretched out his hands, and made a downward gesture. When the scene was quiet, he said directly without waiting for questions, "I remember that some people were worried that my Batman was too dark in the early years. Believe me, compared with the version of Wayne that is being filmed, the 2 films Batman in 1989 and Batman Returns in 1992 are simply a light-hearted play. This Batman Begins is full of dark and serious themes throughout, and it will definitely exceed the expectations of fans and the media. It is like a dark epic, with too many reflections and representative meanings in the film. In a few months, you will see that Wayne will usher in the arrival of the dark age of comic adaptations. After saying that, he did not give reporters a chance to ask questions, waved his hand to call the security personnel, and turned back to the filming site. If there are DC fans who see the set, they will definitely be very familiar with the name here. It is called Arkham Asylum, which is the place where talents emerge in large numbers in Wayne's words. Chapter 258 Batman's Core Philosophy. Tim Burton walked into the studio, where scenes were being filmed one after another. This is an abandoned hotel in New York, which was rented by the crew and converted into an indoor studio. Almost all the scenes of Arkham Asylum were arranged here. The small room where the filming was being done was quiet, and there was almost no sound, except the actors' performances and lines. Steve Wilson was lighting, Zack Snyder personally held the radio microphone, and Robert held the camera, focusing on the two people who were performing. In a room in the mental hospital, the gangster boss Carmen used suicide to express that he had mental problems, so he summoned Jonathan Crane, played by Ralph Fiennes, to visit. Wayne sat behind the monitor, staring at the two people who were performing. This scene was more important, as it was the first appearance of the Scarecrow. On the screen, Ralph Fiennes smiled and took out a Scarecrow mask from his suitcase. Before the other party could react, he put on the mask and released poisonous gas to him, turning Cameron into a real psychopath. He is the famous Scarecrow in DC Comics, a psychology professor and chemistry expert who is best at torturing people with the poison gas he mixed. And behind him, there is the Shadow Warriors League. At this moment, Robert quickly gave him a close-up shot, showing the Scarecrow's hideous face in full in the camera. Cut. Wayne clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "No problem with this one, Ralph, good job." The crew members heard him shouting and quickly started to pack up. The next scene was to shoot the first floor lobby. The props and scenery must be arranged in advance. Everything needed for this hotel scene. Thank you, Director Greenberg. Ralph Fiennes took off his mask with the help of the staff. He ran over as soon as he heard his praise. You don't have many scenes left. Looking at this dedicated British actor, Wayne tried to get rid of his noseless appearance in his mind, patted his arm, and said, "You can leave the crew in one day at most. Keep up your form. You played the Scarecrow very perfectly." "Okay, I will." This time Ralph Fiennes and Warner Brothers signed a contract for 5 films. Wayne did this for the sake of the little wizard. Moreover, this actor was a handsome guy when he was young. He is also an authentic British gentleman with great plasticity and acting skills. This bloodthirsty devil has dedicated most of his screen works to villain roles. The more vicious the villain he plays, the more shadows he leaves on people, and the more charming he is. But when he gets serious, I'm afraid no one can resist him. It is said that he has 2 killer weapons, namely Ralph's warm smile and soul-stirring eyes. Although he is still a small actor and has only 1 film, Schindler's List, to his credit, actors like him are not big stars, but they are always the kind that directors like to use. "Have you finished the interview?" he asked as he saw Tim Burton watching from the side, packing up his notebook. The producer shrugged and walked downstairs with him. "It's all done. Those reporters shouldn't disturb the crew." "How long will the scenes here take?" 2 or 3 days, depending on the actor's performance. At this time, the first floor has been arranged, and the extras are practicing their movements. The background diners in the restaurant are also sitting in the arranged seats. This scene is very simple, just to show Bruce Wayne's superficial nature. Christian Bale only needs to perform the feeling of a playboy. The 2 blonde long-legged beauties have already laid in the pool in advance, staring at the director's position. Wayne glanced at the 2 of them casually, sat in the director's chair, and asked the producer beside him, "Where did you find these 2 beauties? Aren't they professional actors?" Just one look and you can tell that these 2 beautiful women have never acted in a movie. They have been watching everything in the crew with their big curious eyes. At the same time, they are also the first focus of the crew's attention. The 2 women are wearing bikinis, and their figures are protruding, and their long legs are almost attracted by all the men. "We are contracted models for a lingerie company. Anyway, we only need 2 pleasing big vases. We don't need them to perform. As long as they are pretty enough, it's fine. Tim Burton thought he was interested and smiled a smile that all men understand. He looked around and whispered, "You can go and ask them out yourself. These 2 women will definitely accompany you back to the hotel. They are eager to get a chance to meet a big Hollywood director." Forget it. I don't have that mind right now. I just want to finish all the shots as soon as possible. Although this proposal was very tempting, thinking of Naomi Watts who had just been appeased, he decided to forget it. The shooting was already coming to an end, and he needed to put his energy into the final work. Lighting is okay. Camera is ready. Live sound is fine. As all departments were ready, Wayne also focused on the set and waved to Zack Snyder, indicating that shooting could start at any time. The scene card fell pop, and the actors instantly entered the performance state. A waiter in a black suit walked up to Christian Bale who was dining, bent down and said politely, "Sir, the pool is for decoration. You can't go swimming." Christian Bale turned his head and glanced at the 2 beauties playing in the water, and a frivolous smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked up and teased the waiter, "They are European bold women. Now I want you to leave this restaurant." Although the waiter was always polite, he wanted to drive him and the 2 women out. As if he didn't hear what the other party said at all, Christian Bale took out his checkbook, lowered his head, and filled in a string of numbers on the table, and tore off the filled check. "Sir, no matter how much tip you give me, it's useless. Look." He stood up from the chair and slapped the check directly on the waiter's chest. "I want to buy this restaurant," he said with a smug look on his face, looked at the crowd watching, and continued confidently, "The new rule here is that you can swim in the pool in the future." After that, he picked up the wine glass, smiled and turned away from the table. Cut. "No problem, Christian. Great job." Wayne was obviously very satisfied with this scene, so he didn't even ask for a second take. He met his requirements in 1 take. After this scene was taken, the restaurant lost its meaning, and the crew began to switch scenes without any regrets. Today's shooting task was incredibly smooth. Whether it was the state of the protagonist or the supporting actors, almost all of them gave their best performances. The crew behind the scenes were also silently speeding up their work efficiency. Everyone knew very well that they must take more shots, while the actors were in good condition. The sooner the shooting was finished, the sooner everyone could have a holiday. Gary. Wayne walked to the actor who played Officer Jim Gordon, and while the staff were packing up, he told him again, "You are the little bit of light left in this decaying city. You must pay attention to the control of your facial expressions during performance." "I will pay attention, Director Greenberg." Gary Oldman nodded cautiously. Wayne pays more attention to every scene of this role than usual, because Officer Jim Gordon may be the only honest policeman in the city. In the film, he is still driving a police car on patrol at an old age, which shows how bad his life is. This character does not accept dirty money, but does not report his colleagues, because the whole city is corrupt and there is no place to report. For this role, Wayne specially chose Gary Oldman, a middle-aged uncle who is decadent, but can give people a sense of trust. If it were a young policeman, there would be a possibility of turning against him in the future, but this policeman role is fixed from beginning to end in his 2 subsequent trilogies. He represents justice and will never change. This is also the core concept of Wayne's version of Batman, which comes from the Bible story that Westerners are familiar with, but Eastern audiences may not be familiar with it. In the Old Testament of the Bible, the city of Sodom is a city of sin, full of all the human sins you can imagine and cannot imagine. God is ready to destroy the city, but there is a family named Rod among them, who is untainted by the mud and preserves the only remaining kindness in the city. Therefore, before destroying the city, God asked them to leave here in advance. When Rod's family left the city, God's punishment was immediately sent down, completely erasing this city of sin. Officer Jim Gordon and Bruce Wayne's childhood sweetheart Rachel, one is an upright policeman and the other is an upright rookie prosecutor. The 2 of them represent the little bit of justice left in this Gotham City. Although they are weak, they are still worth saving. This is the core of the values advocated in the first version of Wayne's Batman. As long as there is a little hope, no one is qualified to destroy it. The goal of the big villain Shadow Warrior League is to destroy this sinful Gotham City, which is the most fundamental ideological conflict with Bruce Wayne's values, which is the so-called dramatic tension. Wayne, everything is ready, shall we start now? Zack Snyder interrupted his trance and pointed to the crew who were ready. Okay, let's get started. If we can finish shooting the scenes here today, then we can complete all the filming tasks by this week at the latest. Let me tell you, if you want to start your vacation early, then show your best condition. Chapter 259. The next movie still needs you. Another exhausting day of work ended, and when Wayne returned to the hotel, it was already completely dark. The filming work was gradually coming to an end. Now there were two major scenes left. One was a duel between Batman and his apprentice, and the other was the ending scene. The duel between Bruce Wayne and Henry Duca was the climax of the film, and it also involved the remaining special effects models, which was naturally extremely important. The scenes between Bruce Wayne and Jim Gordon at the end had to play a connecting role. He would bury Easter eggs and hints here to tell all the audience that the Joker Arthur they were looking forward to would appear in the next Batman. This was the key point connecting the two characters, and it was also the beginning of trying to connect the universe. He was naturally full of expectations for the scenes here. Wayne, you're looking for me? Christian Bale walked into the presidential suite, where the director was with a puzzled look on his face. Although they got along well with each other, they didn't communicate much after work, so he didn't quite understand what was going on. And he could be sure that his performance was very good, so good that he couldn't tell the difference between reality and the film. Of course he understood his symptoms, but if he wanted to play a good role and seize this extremely precious opportunity, he had to pay for it. What would you like to drink? Coffee? Nina greeted the male lead politely when he sat down. Christian Bale nodded. Coffee, thank you. There are not many shots left in this film. Wayne waited for him to take a sip of coffee, then squinted his eyes and exhaled a puff of green smoke, looking at him and said, "It will take at most a week, and the filming will be completed before Christmas. Christian, my personal advice is, don't rush to take other jobs, and don't lose too much weight. Do you understand what I mean?" Of course I understand. As long as you can succeed in this circle, there is no one who doesn't use his brain well. As soon as Wayne said it, Christian Bale understood. The other party told him personally not to take other roles, which means that he will most likely be used as the leading actor in the next film. And not to lose too much weight is Kailualua's clear suggestion. Let yourself lose a little bit of strength. The next film is still a man's play. That's good. Nodding with satisfaction, Wayne Howe did not hide his admiration for him and was willing to give him more opportunities. He could also keep him in good shape to prepare for the next Batman. Go back and rest early. Keep your performance in good shape. After filming the remaining scenes, you need to immediately go into a vacation state and withdraw yourself from the role. The film was able to exceed the shooting plan, which was absolutely inseparable from the other party's good performance. Okay. Although Christian Bale was happy, he still maintained his calm personality. He stood up and nodded to the other people in the living room, then opened the door and walked back to his room. Wayne had a tired look on his face. He put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray and raised his hand to rub his brows. The reason why he valued Christian Bale was also influenced by his life across the Pacific Ocean. There are always some Hollywood stars who are abnormally famous, but this British actor is not among them. For example, Matilda, who once left a good memory for the Chinese people, is Natalie Portman. Although she later won the Best Actress award for Black Swan, her status in the Hollywood circle has never been the highest. Matilda in Leon, the Professional has a huge influence across the Pacific Ocean and even in Asia, but this film has never been well received by the mainstream media in North America. Natalie Portman is always full of regrets when talking about this role. Because of this role, major media and general fans regard her as the second Lalita. She has always wanted to go the mainstream route, so of course she can't avoid it. And the box office of this movie Leon the Professional in North America is not ideal, but it has inexplicable popularity there. There are many such examples, and often because of the different countries and social environments, such a completely opposite situation will occur. With his experience of watching hundreds of films in his previous life, plus some understanding of Hollywood. Most of the Hollywood first-line movie stars that the public thinks there are actually very different. In the past, he always saw netizens on the internet who thought that He Zhang, Tao Zhang, and Tom Hiddleston were Hollywood's top male stars. Although he liked these people very much, they were still far from being A-list. These people are only more well known because of Marvel movies, which have great popularity there, but they are at most third and fourth tier in Hollywood. Robert Downey Jr., who is a bit special, can be said to be a quasi first tier, but he is only a first tier in a series of films. Without Marvel movies, he still can't get the salary of a first tier male star in other projects. Some very powerful first and second tier Hollywood male stars are not so well known there, such as Christian Bale, Jack Gyllenhaal, Edward Norton, Ralph Fiennes, etc. Christian Bale here is definitely a typical example that all directors like to cooperate with. He was once one of the best male stars, but he has never been popular there and is even worse than the soy sauce in Marvel movies. However, there is a later superstar who is recognized by the East and the West and even the whole world. That is, the huge wrestler, Dwayne Johnson. He can be said to be a unique existence in Hollywood after the 21st century, and the only superstar who still has huge box office appeal. He is also the most recognized commercial superstar in the circle after Tom Cruise and Will Smith have grown old. Because after entering the 21st century, the general public of movie fans can receive a lot of information at any time and become more rational. The box office appeal of Hollywood movie stars has gradually declined year by year. In the end, it is really only this big guy who still has terrifying box office appeal. The others. And Wayne's goal is to tie Christian Bale to his ship completely. Also for the subsequent films of the DC universe. Batman is too important. In his plan, Bruce Wayne is one of the keys to lead other heroes. Even for subsequent films, he will never allow the actor to go out and take jobs randomly, which will affect his huge plan. Even Ralph Fiennes is the same. Wayne wants to see if there will be any changes in The English Patient without this young British gentleman. He has always been narrow-minded and his bottom line has never been high. He thinks that if Anthony Minghella loses the Oscar for Best Director, it is the best way to punish him, so that people can understand that some things really cannot be said casually. What is this? Your next project? Naomi Watts, wearing pajamas, lay down beside him and looked curiously at the two printed papers in his hand. In some ways, you can say that Wayne saw her looking curiously. He simply put it in her hand. The two general script frameworks have been faxed back to Los Angeles and sent to the Screenwriters Guild by Jimmy for registration. One is of course a guerrilla masturbation, and the other is a gangster film. Especially this gangster project. The biggest feature is the frequency of FXXK. This greeting appears almost every 3 or 2 lines. Naomi Watts took a few glances. Then she threw the gangster script aside. I don't like this kind of story. It's bloody and dark, and there are so many dirty words. This must be another R-rated movie. As she continued to look at the script below, Wayne shrugged his shoulders, picked up the script she threw down, and continued to think about the plan for this film. If you want to snipe The English Patient, you must have a work that can be shown off, and this film is definitely heavy enough. The rest is nothing more than public relations. He will use Harvey Weinstein's mature public relations methods in the later period, and when necessary, he will confront the fat Jewish man who still has a mature public relations experience. Don't think that the fat man is cooperating well with him now, but as long as Harvey Weinstein gets in the way, he will turn his face without hesitation and teach the other party what public relations is. Monster movie? The Australian beauty asked curiously. But this kind of movie must have a huge investment. Are you directing it yourself? No, there's no need to rush this movie. This is a plan for the future. Wayne shook his head and didn't tell the other party that this was a project prepared for her. Rest early. I've been exhausted recently. Fortunately, this tiring work will soon be over. Okay. Naomi Watts put the script aside, turned off the bedside lamp, and got into his arms. As the heroine, her work during this period was not easy. The next morning, the crew did not stay in New York City, but rushed directly to the suburbs. The studio had been built here long ago. The main purpose was to shoot the special effects explosion of Gao Chao. In the next 2 days, the huge studio was almost spent in constant cracking and explosions. Especially for the scenes involving the Batmobile, a total of 8 prop cars were made, 5 of which were drivable and 3 were scaled down models. And each of these Batmobiles weighs 6.5 tons. It is obviously unrealistic to let them climb onto roofs and cars. Any house will be crushed, so these shots were all shot with models, and they were exquisite models with tiles, attached one by one. Clear the scene now. All irrelevant staff, evacuate 30 meters away. Standing on the roof of a prop car, Wayne held a megaphone and loudly directed the staff. Zach, coordinate with the pyrotechnics team, and don't let any safety hazards appear when the explosion occurs. The scenes here will be shot soon, and there are only 2 days left. He definitely doesn't want to end the work and have some work-related injuries. Chapter 260 End of filming. Robert, camera 1, move 15 degrees downward, use medium shots, and expand the entire track. Camera 2, pay attention to capturing the explosion point. I want a clear fire. Wayne stood on the prop car, looking down at the lifelike huge Gotham model, holding a megaphone and constantly giving orders. The camera crew was nervously debugging, and the pyrotechnics team was also doing the final inspection. Although the explosives they arranged were for filming, the power was very different from military explosives, but the prop fragments that were blown up and injured people were still constantly appearing, which was why Wayne wanted to clear the scene. Except for the shooting position specially reserved when setting up the scene, there were no reliable protection measures for other positions. If you get too close, the various fragments that were blown up would be powerful enough to cut a person's throat. After 2 days of continuous trial and error by the pyrotechnics team, they also found the best rhythm with the filming team. Although the constant explosions and shattering sounds were very annoying compared to the literary and action scenes, the core team had been working with Wayne for several years and had adapted to his focused work style. Everyone focused their attention to avoid stupid mistakes and waste precious prop models again. The blasting point is ready. Camera crew, okay. When everything was ready, Wayne confirmed that the scene was cleared and then began the official shooting. Boom. The exquisite Gotham City model, which took 7 months to make, once again blew up the track running through the city with a muffled sound. This is the third one to be blown up today. The first 2 were due to problems with the control of fireworks, which affected places that should not be blown up. In the flash of fire, the track through the city with the blasting point arranged was smashed hard into the ruins on the ground, stirring up many fragments. Wayne stood on a high place and saw it very clearly. The blasting effect was good this time. The direction of collapse was basically consistent with his requirements, and the explosion did not affect other buildings. He climbed down from the prop car, ignored Naomi Watts patting the dust off his body, and walked directly behind the director's monitor to check the footage just shot. The effect of this shooting was very good. How is it? Zack Snyder ran over with a dusty face and asked nervously about the shooting effect. He really wanted to finish this shot that tortured people's ears and nerves as soon as possible. Nodding with satisfaction, Wayne waved to him. Great. This one is fine. Organize the crew to transfer. There is 1 scene left. If it goes well, we can finish all the shooting today. Time has gradually come to the end of December. Everyone wants to finish the shooting as soon as possible and return to Los Angeles to spend Christmas with their families. The staff quickly cleaned up the shooting site and loaded all the props and equipment into the car. The convoy ran back to Brooklyn from the suburbs before lunch. Wayne immediately announced a break. They had an afternoon to shoot the scenes of Jim Gordon and Bruce Wayne at the end. Moreover, this long shot was relatively easy, so there was no need to rush for this time. In the director's trailer, lunch had just ended when Liam Neeson opened the door and walked in. He greeted Nina and Naomi Watts and sat opposite the director of the film. The whole shoot will be over tomorrow at the latest. He reached out and touched his nose and said a little awkwardly, I came here to thank you, Director Greenberg. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. As the role in the film second only to the male lead, Henry Ducas, played by him, has a lot of scenes. As long as the film can be as popular as the director's previous works, his career will take an important step forward. Smiling and shaking his head, Wayne took out a cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath, and said, "Liam, your acting skills have always been very stable. Whether it is a literary drama or an action drama, your performance is as good as always. So don't be polite. You won this opportunity with your professional level." As one of the two main characters, Wayne was very satisfied with his performance. This uncle who will save the world in the future has always been very good at acting, especially in his understanding of the character's inner thoughts, and he can always accurately grasp the points that the director needs. Liam Neeson perfectly played the role of the leader of the Shadow Warriors League. The Shadow Warriors League is also called the Assassin's League in the comics. It is an ancient villain organization. The Shadow Warriors League uses what they think is a just way to change the world. The leader of the organization is called Ra's al Ghul. The origin of this name is Arabic, which means the head of the devil. In the comics, Ra's al Ghul accidentally discovered the Lazarus Pool and gained immortality by soaking in it. He then founded the Shadow Warriors League. He summoned fighting masters from all over the world and wanted to train them as his servants. His only purpose was to build an ideal world in his heart. Although Wayne made some changes in this film, Liam Neeson still performed the role of the leader very well, especially the ideological conflict with Batman, which is one of the core selling points of the film. Okay. Waving his hand, Wayne stood up and prepared to get off the trailer to start the final filming. "Liam, I understand what you mean. By the way, there will be a party after returning to Los Angeles. Warner Brothers seems to have booked a bar. Remember to come and join us." "I will." Liam Neeson nodded and followed him into the building in front of him. This scene will be shot on the rooftop. The staff have started working one after another. When Wayne came up, the shooting scene has been almost set up. Every time the shooting is about to end, the work efficiency will become particularly high. No one wants to stay in the New York studio for Christmas. Wayne walked to the director's seat silently and watched the shooting scene being arranged in an orderly manner. He did not go to explain the play to the two protagonists. After such a long shooting, both Christian Bale and Gary Oldman understood how they should express their characters. Half an hour later, the props and scenery and other related personnel slowly withdrew from the shooting center, and the camera position was adjusted. Zack Snyder personally carried the radio microphone and nodded to him, indicating that the shooting could start at any time. After the two actors stood at the side of the building and got ready, the script supervisor raised the script board and placed it in front of the lens of camera number 1. Batman Begins, Scene 342, Act 1, Begin. Christian Bale, wearing a pure black battle armor, a black mask, and a black cape, walked into the camera. Ding, ding. He knocked on the transmitting device that was shooting bats into the sky, waking up Gary Oldman, who was holding a cup of coffee and looking at the city. Jim Gordon turned around and said in a relaxed tone, "It's good. I can't find the gangster boss tied up there. Officer, I'm the chief now." Jim Gordon looked at him seriously. "You have changed the status quo. The bad police dare not mess around anymore, and people are full of hope. But, Nay Island is still controlled by criminals. We haven't caught Crane and half of the patients in the mental hospital he let go." Bruce Wayne was as calm as ever and said, "I will catch them. We can revive Gotham City. The higher the virtue, the higher the evil." "What do you mean?" Gary Oldman looked at him seriously. "The police started using semi-automatic rifles, and the criminals used automatic rifles. We wore bulletproof vests, and they used dum-dum bullets. Then what? You put on a mask and climbed walls." As he spoke, he raised his hand and took out a card. "Take this guy for example. He killed people and set fire to people and did all kinds of evil. He likes to play drag shows like you, and he leaves his name card after committing crimes." Christian Bale took the card and turned it over with his head down. At this time, the number 1 camera controlled by Robert immediately gave a close-up of the card. On this card was a circus clown. This card was greatly changed by Wayne. If the clown painted on it is seen by the general public, they will definitely think of Arthur in Joker at first glance, because the painting is too similar to Arthur, with a red coat and yellow vest, and a classic clown macape. This is almost no longer a hint. As long as the fans see it, they will definitely associate it with the next Batman movie, and Arthur the Joker will definitely join. This long shot performance is still going on. Christian Bale took a closer look at the card and said bitterly, "I'll check his background." He turned around and prepared to leave the building. "I haven't said thank you to you yet," Gary Oldman said to his back. Christian Bale stood at the edge of the building and turned his head to look at him seriously. "You never need to say thank you to me." Yes, Bruce Wayne believes that Jim Gordon, as the only remaining representative of justice in this chaotic and corrupt Gotham City, is always worthy of his protection. Seeing this, Wayne nodded with satisfaction, raised the megaphone and shouted loudly, "Cut. Perfect performance. No problem with this one. No need to do it a second time." As soon as he finished speaking, the staff watching around him applauded the two performers together. Not only was he, the director, satisfied, but even the staff around him thought the performance was perfect. When the applause died down, almost everyone turned their eyes to Wayne. The filming site gradually became silent, waiting for the director to announce the final instructions. Seeing everyone staring at him, Wayne smiled and shrugged. He stood on the director's chair, raised the megaphone, and shouted, "The filming is over here." Yes. Who? Hundreds of behind-the-scenes staff on the rooftop and in the corridor screamed together, wantonly releasing their emotions. They had been working almost all the time, since the day they joined the crew, passing through Hong Kong and then New York. The hard work behind the scenes was much more tiring than that of the glamorous actors. Chapter 261 Late Stage. "Okay, gentlemen and ladies." Wayne's voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, immediately suppressed the commotion of the crowd. "This film has been able to exceed the shooting plan and complete all shooting tasks ahead of schedule, which is inseparable from the hard work of everyone. There is one last thing. The crew will disband when we return to Los Angeles. After everyone has celebrated Christmas, there will be another party waiting for you to come and revel. Warner Brothers has booked a bar for us. Don't forget to come then." After saying that, he jumped off the chair and patiently told Zack Snyder again, "Be sure to pay attention to the preservation of the film and save it immediately when you return to Los Angeles." "I understand." Zack Snyder nodded and began to pack up the film shot today. "This issue is very important. Wayne has been in this circle for a long time and has heard too many news that the film was destroyed due to various accidents. Whether it is a man-made accident or not, he tries his best to avoid such things. After each shooting, the film must be copied, one in the bank's safe and one in the Warner Brothers safe. However, this kind of thing usually only happens in this era. In a few years, digital technology will gradually replace film. By then, there will be almost no soil for this kind of thing to happen. A projector with 2 discs, a pile of tin boxes with films, and a snow-white curtain, under the light and shadow condensed by the old projector, formed the movie in people's memory. But these will eventually be eliminated. With the continuous advancement of technology, not only the projection equipment has been transformed into digital projectors, but even Wayne's favorite 35mm film has been gradually abandoned by Hollywood. These are all products of the market economy. Hollywood production companies do not dislike film, nor is it that digital technology is superior to film, but because digital technology is inexpensive. A very simple point is that for a movie of about 1.5 hours, the film is about 3 kilometers long when it is unfolded, and it takes 5 or 6 copies to reel it up, and each copy weighs about 50 kilograms. Before each movie is publicly screened, these heavy guys need to be sent to the designated theaters one by one, and the labor cost is a huge expense. Digital technology will greatly simplify this process. In the early stage, only one encrypted hard drive is needed to store 3 or 4 films. It is enough to give the theater the secret key before the screening. In the later stage, the larger theater companies do not even need encrypted hard drives and directly transmit the films to each theater by satellite. The cost saved is too high. Whether it is human resources or the cost of copying films, it is saved in the profit. You know, a large part of the publicity and distribution costs of the distribution company is the film copy. The cost of making a copy is more than $1,500. Even if you have your own factory, it is still a very large expense. But the cost of an encrypted hard drive is only a few $100s, and it can be recycled and used repeatedly. As long as it is not broken, a hard drive can be used for many years. With this convenient and cost-saving technology, it is natural for Hollywood production companies to abandon the traditional film. It's all packed, Wayne. Zack Snyder's words interrupted his wild thoughts. Wayne shook his head and said, okay, let's go back to Los Angeles. After finishing all the filming of Batman Begins, Wayne boarded a plane the next day and returned to Los Angeles. After saying goodbye to the crew members at the airport, he rushed back to the manor without stopping. After staying at the manor for only one night, he gave his assistant a day off, took 2 golden retrievers, and rushed back to the farm in Ventura County, prepared to spend Christmas with his parents. Since his work has become increasingly busy in recent years, Wayne has returned to the farm less and less. If it weren't for the filming of this film just in time to end, he would probably miss Christmas again. On December 25, 1994, when he opened the door and prepared to run around the farm, he found that it was raining outside. The dark clouds in the sky were gloomy, and the rain falling from the sky was like a string of beaded curtains, still falling continuously. Boy, how long have you not gotten up early to exercise? Hearing the voice of old Greenberg, Wayne found his father in the corridor, holding a huge pipe, sitting at the door, and watching the rare heavy rain outside. Maybe a few months. Who knows? He shrugged and sat next to his father. I'm really too busy. Every day when I wake up, there is a lot of work waiting for me to deal with. 2 golden retrievers walked out of the living room with lazy steps and lay down next to his legs. The rain in the sky gradually subsided, and the sun pierced through the dark clouds and shone on the white pasture. The winter sun was dazzling, but it did not bring a trace of warmth to people. Wayne took a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and took a deep breath. The weather in Los Angeles should be much warmer than New York, but he did not feel the difference. Raising his hand and touching his bald head, old Greenberg stared at him carefully for a while. You are in good spirits, much better than when you got home yesterday. You are still young. You should know that work is not everything in life. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You are already very good. Maybe it is because I'm back home that I can completely relax. Wayne stretched out his hand to rub the 2 huge dog heads, holding a cigarette, and watch the drizzle gradually stop in the ranch. The production cost this time is too high. The investment of hundreds of millions of dollars has given me ample creative space, but the pressure is like a mountain pressing on my shoulders. Dear, you put too much pressure on yourself. Anna Greenberg came out in an apron, holding 2 cups of steaming coffee, put the coffee on the table, and kissed his face gently. Mom believes that you will continue to succeed. Honey, you are mom's greatest pride now, so don't force yourself to work too much. Wayne smiled, nodded, picked up the coffee, and took a big sip. This is why he always wants to come back. No matter what the reason is, he came here inexplicably. God finally treated him well, and gave him an extremely happy family environment. Old Greenberg was also happily smoking his pipe. His mother turned back to the kitchen to continue making breakfast. The quiet atmosphere on the farm, as always, made Wayne, exhausted physically and mentally, gradually relax. He was supposed to stay for 2 days and then rush back to Los Angeles, but he stayed until after the new year and spent the last day of 1994 with his parents. He got on the car and returned to Los Angeles on the first day of 1995 to continue his unfinished work. Everything was fine on the farm. The quiet and peaceful life was fascinating. Because Wayne stayed at home for a few more days, he missed the crew's carnival party perfectly, but he didn't regret it. He was not a party creature. After a short rest, Wayne came to a post-production studio in Warner Brothers Studios and started the post-production work of Batman Begins. The basis of post-production work is undoubtedly film editing. Don't look at the exhausting shooting in the front, but those tedious and tiring shooting work are also for editing. But there is good news. Editor Dawn Scott was observing the filming every day, and sometimes even went to the film room with him to discuss the plan. The editor was deeply involved in the early stage of filming, which laid the foundation for this step. We have to cut the trailer as soon as possible. Warner Brothers has been urging us. Dawn Scott was the first to speak after everyone arrived. No problem, just follow what we agreed on before. Our trailer should also fit the atmosphere of the Super Bowl. Wayne nodded, thought for a moment and continued. Don't worry about continuity or story logic. We only have 30 seconds. Just cut in the hot shots that fans like, and add a few shots of Batman's equipment to make it eye-catching. Okay, no problem. Wayne. Tim Burton waited for them to finish their conversation before speaking. For the film's soundtrack, I have found the soundtrack master Hans Zimmer. His team will start to produce the film's background music after watching the rough cut sample. Okay, I'll talk to him later. Before the first rough cut of the film, or before the filming began, he had his own editing ideas. Christopher Nolan likes to play a lot of tricks in editing. He likes to disrupt the narrative of the film the most, and is good at telling stories by inserting various shots. However, Wayne is not Christopher Nolan after all. From the moment Dwayne Scott made his first cut, he gave him a clear idea of editing. This film will be based on linear narrative, which is not only his best production method, but also can lower the threshold for watching movies, so that more ordinary people can understand the movie with the story. In other words, Batman Begins will definitely be presented in the form of multi-line narrative, especially in the beginning of the film. There will be almost no flashbacks. We all know that it is actually very simple to make delicious ingredients into a delicious dish. But to make very precious ingredients into a big pot dish that most ordinary people think is delicious, it definitely requires some skills. Wayne is doing this kind of work now. If you want to make a familiar story like Batman and meet the appetite of the general public, you definitely need some level. He not only wants to be the first director to shoot a superhero with a serious and dark temperament, but also to make this dark epic as bold as an opera. The previously virtual comic world was pulled into a cold and realistic environment. When shooting, Wayne used a lot of spotlights for the film's lighting, and the characters were often lit with contour lights. This technique is the layout of a stage play. Of course, this is just the beginning, and he will further enhance this effect in the next two parts. Coupled with the towering and empty space layout, the dark areas are completely invisible, and the coordination of the sound effects will make the audience feel the majesty coming at them. Chapter 260 To the Hero Who Never Kills comes. Undoubtedly, the theme of the film is dark and serious. Since there is no way to use more large-scale shots, Wayne can only work harder in this regard. Using the lighting deliberately created during the shooting, the stage effect of the character's outline light, and the dark and heavy story core, try to create the so-called operatic spirit. Even though everyone knows that this is a comic character, Wayne also tried his best to give Bruce Wayne a close to real emotional transformation, so that the fans who watch the movie can feel that Batman, in addition to being rich, actually has confusion and fear like you and me, and he is also immortal in spirit. In this way, it can be guaranteed that, although Bruce Wayne has powerful power, he can also pull the character into reality from a spiritual level, unlike the superheroes in the comics, who are all gods, unreachable, and gifted. In fact, think about it, humans, such complex creatures, absolutely do not like to be friends with people who completely crush themselves in all aspects, nor do they want to be friends with perfect people. Batman written by Wayne is a superhero with both outstanding shortcomings and advantages. He has unparalleled power, is proficient in all the fighting techniques in the world, and is wearing high-tech equipment. But he still encounters setbacks like ordinary people, with fear and confusion in his heart, and still needs to go through setbacks to find himself. In fact, this can be completely referenced to the Joker, which caused a violent social sensation, and was highly inflammatory to the general public. A person at the bottom of society who is forced by the people around him, and gradually becomes bad. Wayne wants fans to feel convinced after watching it, and even wants them to believe that the linkage of characters in these two films is definitely not a coincidence. First of all, we must affirm the success of the character setting, such as the clown Arthur who can be associated with the movie, an imperfect person who even fails in some aspects, through continuous self-growth, and then counterattack in the end, is what most audiences want to see. Countless Hollywood films in the past told him that this kind of naturally imperfect protagonist is at least the first step to becoming an excellent work. Even if he wants to shoot Clark Kent in 2 years, Wayne will pull this true god off the altar, find him a defect that the audience can accept, and then let Superman become the Steel Man through self-growth. Batman Begins is the beginning of a whole series. As long as it achieves the expected effect and proves that current moviegoers can accept the dark and serious story structure, Wayne will follow this tone for the entire DC universe. Most of the post-production work of this film is centered around editing and splicing. He and Wayne Scott had made careful preparations as early as the middle of the filming. I heard that the best editing work is to make the audience unable to find any traces of editing. Is that true? Just after lunchtime, Naomi Watts came to visit the post-production studio in Warner Brothers Studios with a few cups of coffee. While distributing them to the people who were resting, she looked around curiously. Dwayne Scott, who looked tired, took the coffee and shrugged. As a senior editor in the industry, he obviously had more say on this topic. "Thank you, the coffee is great." He licked the foam on the edge of his mouth with his tongue and explained to Naomi Watts with a smile. "It also depends on the type of film or the requirements of the director and producer. But generally speaking, it is a misunderstanding that people can't find the traces of editing." Dawn Scott saw that this beautiful woman was interested in this kind of theoretical thing, so she thought about it while trying to explain it in easy to understand language. In fact, it shouldn't be said that the audience can't find the traces of editing. In other words, it should be said that good editing is to prevent ordinary audiences from having information acceptance barriers. Of course, this is only applicable to commercial productions. After all, after so many years of development, the aesthetic types of movies have also developed into many kinds. Naomi Watts sat next to Wayne, staring at Dawn Scott with her beautiful big eyes. This was the first time she heard of this kind of thing. In her impression, film editing is a mysterious job. "I understand." The Australian girl looked at the editor with the same gaze as a primary school student looking at her teacher. "Just like those mysterious art films, they are not edited for this purpose. They always want to make the story twisted and round, so that the audience has to watch it many times before they can understand it." Dawn Scott heard her words and suddenly laughed, nodded slightly, and said, "This statement is not wrong. I'm not good at the post-production of art films. Everything I said is based on the post-editing of commercial films. As a commercial film with a large investment, the first purpose must be to target the public. Even for a film full of artistic attributes like Wayne, the first principle of editing is still to maintain fluency and try to make more people understand the story told by the director. So, for the editing of commercial films, it is not to make the audience unable to detect the traces of editing, but to let them receive the information of the film without obstacles, rather than deliberately being mysterious and showing off skills. Of course, this set is only applicable to commercial films. Pa. The Australian beauty clapped Dawn Scott's hands with a look of admiration for technology. Wayne ignored her chat with the editor, but read the Los Angeles Times she brought with relish. It is already January, and the 30-second trailer of Batman Begins was submitted to Warner Brothers by Tim Burton yesterday. This very exciting trailer will appear in the Super Bowl halftime advertising show at the end of the month. Although he is immersed in the editing room and does not know about other publicity plans besides the Super Bowl, he can still make some progress from this Los Angeles Times. Warner Brothers has already started a large-scale publicity promotion. The success of Joker in 1993 once triggered a horrific movie theater massacre. At that time, the movie director Wayne Greenberg said that the movie theater was his home, and he was very sad about the occurrence of such a tragedy. 2 years later, Wayne Greenberg brought another comic character. This time it was Bruce Wayne who adhered to the no-killing policy. His original intention in making this superhero was to commemorate the victims and tell the general public that extreme killing and venting is not a good way to solve the problem. How is it? Naomi Watts suddenly turned around and interrupted his idea of continuing to read. "Isn't your soft article about the cow lover well written?" Hearing her teasing, Wayne subconsciously glanced at the author column, and it turned out to be the editor-in-chief Bella Grant. "I'm curious, when did you accept her visit after work? Otherwise, how could this cow be written so realistically?" "Naomi." Wayne frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to change, Zack Snyder and Wayne Scott looked at each other, stood up tacitly, turned around and went back to work. Picking up the coffee and taking a big sip, Wayne stretched out his finger and tapped the newspaper lightly, saying, "This is just a publicity method. It doesn't matter whether I accept the interview or not. The reason why Warner Brothers does this is just to evoke the fans' memories of Joker. This kind of publicity method that does not cost a lot of money but can achieve very good results will definitely not be missed by Warner Brothers. The purpose is to let fans who have seen Joker evoke their memories in their hearts and let them go to the theater again to support the film. This behavior of taking advantage of the popularity of their own films can be said to be very common. Moreover, Batman Begins naturally has a gimmick. Since the massacre in the cinema occurred because of the movie Joker, a non-killing superhero will be used to comfort those who have suffered trauma. Okay. Naomi Watts pouted, picked up the exquisite handbag and stood up. I won't disturb you. I'll come over when you finish work. I'll go find a place to hang out. Wayne nodded, his eyes drifting back to the newspaper. This relatively tricky way of publicity has always been the most effective and cost-saving way. Not to mention Hollywood now, even after 20 years, the entertainment industry on the other side of the Pacific Ocean will also learn to do this. There are many tricks to promote movies, and there are also many in that land. He still remembers a movie he had screened himself. The movie called White Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix is indeed a good movie, but the producer's tricks have ruined the reputation of many movies. In order to have a better schedule for the film, the producer actually knelt down and licked the theater manager. On the evening of May 12, 2016, Fang El, the producer of White Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix, knelt down and kowtowed to theater managers across the country in the live broadcast room in order to promote the movie. No one expected it. People all over the country, they really knelt down and kowtowed, requesting theater managers to schedule more screenings for 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix, saying that they only wanted to schedule a golden show to support traditional culture. The result of this incident was very ideal. Because of his kneeling and kowtowing, many theater managers did give him golden time, and the box office of the film also increased significantly. He got the desired result in this matter, but it also became a joke among the general fans. The movie itself is to promote traditional culture. The producer also talked about national justice and national integrity, but when he turned around, he knelt and kowtowed to promote the movie. I believe that even a blind person can see what the purpose is. Although this kind of operation has become a joke among the general fans, it has really attracted attention and also attracted more passers-by fans to go to the theater to watch this movie. If you look at it from the perspective of a producer, he not only did a qualified job, but also did an excellent job, and indeed made the movie a successful money maker. No one can deny his success in promoting and marketing the film. There are also many such operations in publicity. It can only be said that the two entertainment circles separated by the Pacific Ocean have the same purpose of making profits. Chapter 263 The Super Bowl is coming. Boss, Martin Bob from CAA wants to talk to you. After work, before leaving the studio, Nina opened the notebook and began to speak one by one. Ms. Angelina Jolie called 3 times today and wanted to invite you to dinner. Harvey Weinstein also called and hoped to meet with you. Wayne waved his hand to interrupt her, looking puzzled. Wait, who are you talking about? Martin Bob? After the two got on the tram, the assistant nodded and took out another notebook, which was full of information about various Hollywood company executives, producers, and big directors. Noticing that the boss was listening carefully, she spoke out the prepared information. Martin Bob is one of the biggest partners of CAA now. After Michael Ovitz left, he has the highest support rate. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Nina continued, I think he wants to talk to you about the next agency contract. There was an internal power struggle at CAA some time ago. With the departure of Michael Ovitz, Martin Bob gradually took control of the situation. He must have noticed your contract problem. Wayne asked, when will my agency contract expire? March. About 2 months left. As soon as the assistant finished speaking, the tram drove out of the studio. As soon as they went out, they saw a middle-aged white man in a neat suit standing next to the Rolls-Royce. Martin Bob, Nina whispered in his ear. In order to win clients, these agents have generally thrown away useless things like face. This tradition comes from Michael Ovitz. In order to win clients, he wants to don the table and tap dance to make his clients happy. Wayne just wanted to go home and rest now. The post-production work of the film was very tedious, and he didn't want to waste his time thinking about the renewal of the agent contract. So when he heard the reminder, he frowned involuntarily, but when he walked to the front of the car, he still greeted the other party politely and extended his hand. "Hello, Mr. Bob. Director Greenberg, it's nice to meet you." Martin Bob shook his hand with a kind smile. "Sorry to disturb your rest time. Can we find a place to chat for a few minutes?" "Okay, let's go across the street." Wayne nodded gently, took Nina with him, and walked into the cafe across the street. After arriving at the small partition of the cafe, the waiter brought 2 cups of coffee and a glass of lemonade. Nina paid the tip, took a sip of the lemonade, and then looked at the uninvited veteran agent. From the moment they met to the moment they walked into the cafe, Martin Bob was sizing up Wayne. The other party was younger than he expected, but he would never underestimate this Hollywood director because of his age. If it weren't for the sudden reminder from his secretary, he really wouldn't have thought that this big director with outstanding box office results would have his agency contract expire. "Director Greenberg." Martin Bob didn't touch the coffee, looked at him seriously and said, "I came here this time because your agency contract with the company will expire in about 2 months, and I want to talk to you about the renewal." Since he found the mistake, he didn't intend to hide it, and directly stated the purpose of coming here. Wayne raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, frowning slightly at the other party. "I'm very busy these days. You should know that the post-production work of Batman Begins is in progress, so I don't have time to think about this for the time being. Let's talk about it after this busy period. It's very simple." Martin Bob smiled. Of course, he would not give up easily. He continued very seriously, "I have prepared a new contract for you. As long as you find a time and bring a lawyer to CAA to sign it." Director Greenberg, the content of this contract, I guarantee that it is the top treatment in the industry, almost a replica of Steven Spielberg's agent contract, and the company's commission will be less than his contract. No matter what he said, Wayne didn't waver at all, and didn't take his words seriously. This was not a few years ago. He couldn't be moved by these empty words. Even if what the other party said was true, these conditions were dispensable to him now. Martin Bob saw the other party's indifferent attitude, but he didn't stop talking and continued to express his sincerity. "Of course, all of the above are just basic treatment. With your current status in the industry, you deserve it. But CAA can also guarantee that, if you need it, the company can help you make a difference during the award season. We have mature experience in winning awards, and we also have." "Mr. Bob." Wayne shook his head, stretched out his hand, and knocked on the table, interrupting the other party's chattering. "I'll go back and think about it and contact you later. Sorry, I have a date." After saying that, he stood up, nodded to the other party, and without waiting for Martin Bob's response, he took Nina out of the cafe and got in the car to Beverly. Called Jimmy and asked him to come to the manor. As soon as he got in the car, Wayne said to the assistant, and then he leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes. Nina shrugged at Naomi Watts, took out her mobile phone, and called her agent. The reason why Wayne didn't want to continue listening was because he found one thing. No matter how good the conditions were, the other party didn't mention Jimmy at all. As his current agent, the other party chose to ignore it, which was obviously abnormal. Then there was only one possibility left. Martin Bob wanted to kick Jimmy out and personally represent his agent contract, or arrange a new agent for him. No matter which one, Wayne didn't want. And after several years of continuous success, with his current status in the circle, he is absolutely qualified to say no to the other party. CAA is no longer an unattainable behemoth for him. After receiving Nina's call, Jimmy came very quickly. Wayne just took a shower and went downstairs and saw his agent. "I'm going to resign and leave CAA." Before he opened his mouth, the agent said directly, "It seems that he already knew what had just happened." Jimmy looked confident, stared at him and said, "It seems that Martin Bob has finally noticed this matter. Well, I want to quit my job and start my own business." Hearing his words, Wayne understood what he meant. This was not going to renew his contract with CAA and wanted to take him, his only client, and resign to start his own business. He took out a cigarette and lit it. He looked at the other person with interest. He was absolutely happy to see that the people around him could have a better development. "Tell me about your plan. I will submit my resignation letter tomorrow." Jimmy looked determined. I originally wanted to prepare for a while longer and then discuss it with you after you are busy with the post-production work of Batman Begins. Since Martin Bob found out about your contract problem, I will resign tomorrow. After resigning, I need your investment. We will register a new company. This company will basically only represent your business and focus on serving you as a client. I understand my shortcomings and will bring in other agents to form a complete agent team for you. In this way, whether it is food, clothing, housing, transportation, or media public relations activities outside of work, you can leave it to the agent team to take care of it and put all your energy into film production. Jimmy poured out all his ideas in one go and then looked at Wayne nervously. He understood that, even if he said something wonderful, as long as the other party did not nod, all of this would only remain on paper. That is to say, now that the other party has a high enough status, leaving CAA will not have any impact, and this matter has the possibility of success. Jimmy, good idea. Wayne nodded and asked seriously, I don't need the so-called media resources of CAA myself, and I have almost no dependence on them, but you have to know that every time a new project starts shooting, most of the low-level behind-the-scenes personnel and the crew are CAA's clients. How can you guarantee that these people will not be affected? Those are just minor problems. Hearing his words, Jimmy immediately regained his confidence. Believe me, Wayne, compared to working in your crew, most of those people will not listen to the arrangements of the agent. I know them better than you, and those low-level personnel will understand the importance of opportunities more. Okay. Wayne smiled as he extended his hand to the agent. I wish you success in your business. When you are ready, you can communicate with Nina, and she will allocate investment for you from the studio. When the two people held hands together, he regained his serious look. Listen, Jimmy, I will invest in your company. You heard it right, your company. Greenberg Studios will only hold 30% of the shares of this company. I hope you don't mess this up. Jimmy was obviously stunned for a moment, looked at him, and whispered thank you. After solving the problem of the agent, Wayne plunged into the post-production studio again, ignoring Angelina Jolie and Harvey Weinstein. If it were normal, he would not mind having an in-depth exchange with the beauties, but now he really couldn't spare the time and energy. As for Harvey Weinstein, he would not care about it at all. He had written the necessary plans and transferred the funds. He didn't want to care about the rest at all. It was originally a whim, a flash of inspiration, to make some quick money, and it was even more impossible to let the matter of Blair Witch affect his important work. Because of sufficient preparation in the early stage, it only took Wayne and Dawn Scott half a month to complete the first rough cut. The next fine cut is the top priority, which determines the final quality of the film. The tedious post-production work continued until the end of January, when Wayne had to step out of the post-production studio again. The Super Bowl was about to begin at the Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, an explosive trailer. 1995, the annual North American event, the Super Bowl, was officially held at the Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami. In the living room of Greenberg Manor, Sergey sat cross-legged in front of the TV, holding a football in his hand, with the San Francisco 49ers logo printed on it. Wayne also sat cross-legged on the carpet next to the Russian bear. Naomi Watts and Nina looked at each other and rolled their eyes at the backs of the two men in front of them. Although they also loved sports, they would never be as fanatical as men. The housekeeper Hella brought her husband Mike, both of them carrying a tin bucket in their hands, and walked into the living room. The bucket contained beer and champagne. Thank you. Wayne took a bottle of beer and poked Sergey beside him with his elbow before the game started. Do you want to bet something? How about $20? The Russian big guy heard the number and grinned and nodded. Okay, boss, I bet the champion will definitely be the San Francisco 49ers. We have a talented quarterback, Steve Young, and we will definitely beat the San Diego Lightning easily. Shit. Wayne raised his beer, clinked it with Sergey, and drank half of the bottle in one gulp. Well, I won't give you the chance to earn this $20. I also support the San Francisco 49ers. After working hard in the post-production studio for nearly a month, the editing of the film has passed the first stage. The rest is basically more tedious fine editing. There is still a lot of time before the film is released. He is confident that all the work on the film can be completed before April. The relatively ample production time also allows Wayne to relax his nerves temporarily, concentrate on enjoying the rare vacation, and focus on the game that has already started. Well done. Not long after the game started, Sergey suddenly roared, turned around and stretched out his long arms, and clapped his hands excitedly with the boss next to him. What do you think, boss? I told you that Steve Young is a great guy. He's a talented quarterback. Look at the arc of this damn long pass. It's so wonderful. Yes, yes. Wayne also yelled, completely immersed in the game. I saw it. Normally, whenever such an important final comes, the two teams will adopt conservative tactics without any prior agreement, and the game process will be extremely dull, making people drowsy. But the two teams in this Super Bowl are very different. They both adopted a relatively unrestrained style of play, especially the San Francisco 49ers. Their quarterback Steve Young sent a long pass not long after the game started, successfully helping his team score a touchdown. From the beginning of this lead, the San Francisco 49ers have maintained their advantage until the end of the first half, still leading the San Diego Chargers by a large score. It's coming. Seeing that the first half was about to end, everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and turned their eyes to the TV. They were all looking forward to the trailer of Batman Begins appearing in the first advertisement spot of the halftime advertising show. Not only Naomi Watts and Nina, but also Wayne, the producer, were full of expectations for the effect of the trailer. You know, Warner Brothers paid nearly $3 million to allow this 30-second trailer to appear at the top of the Super Bowl halftime advertising show. This was $3 million in 1995, and it also became the most expensive advertising fee for the Super Bowl. But it was all worth it. In Wayne's impression, the financial magazine Forbes once published a set of data that the Super Bowl was valued at $420 million, firmly sitting on the throne of the most commercially valuable sports event, and its value was higher than the $230 million of the Olympics and the $120 million of the World Cup. According to the Forbes Global Club Value Ranking, the NFL occupies 6 seats in the top 10 list, and the minimum value of a single team is $1.15 billion. There are 32 teams in the NFL, which is undoubtedly the most expensive sports league in the world. In addition, the Super Bowl is the most expensive final in the world. Taking this year's Super Bowl as an example, a 30-second advertisement reached a staggering $3 million. But even so, all businesses still spare no expense to get in the live broadcast of the Super Bowl, even if it is just to show their faces. This is not surprising. High pay naturally has higher returns. The Super Bowl is worthy of the name Golden Bowl, and its influence and ratings are too amazing. In North America, the Super Bowl's audience share always ranks first. According to Nielsen's audience survey, the average ratings are about 40% minus 60%, of which 40% are viewers who watch the game for a long time, and the rest are viewers who watch at any time. About 80% minus 90% of the audience watch the Super Bowl at any time. In addition, the Super Bowl is also broadcast live around the world. For example, this year's Super Bowl was broadcast live and rebroadcast in more than 200 regions and countries. In North America, there are tens of millions of households watching at the same time, and the number of households watching in overseas regions is even higher than that in North America. The influence is self-evident. Here we are the first. As Sergey muttered to himself, the picture on the TV screen suddenly darkened, and a large group of bats quickly appeared, forming a larger bat in the dark spotlight. This shot flashed by, and lasted for only about 1 second at most. This was specially arranged by Wayne, who pointed out the theme of the film right away, and tried his best to arouse the curiosity of more passers-by. The picture turned quickly again, and the teenage Bruce Wayne screamed, and fell into the well, while the voiceover and background music were inserted at the right time. Tell me, Mr. Wayne, what are you afraid of? Then there were groups of bats, and they rushed towards Bruce Wayne amid his screams of fear. the scene changes again, and the background music gradually becomes more majestic, with the snow-capped mountains appearing on the screen, the scenes of Bruce Wayne collecting orchids with difficulty, and the scenes of him constantly training with Henry Duca. Each shot stays for a short time, but it can clearly convey enough information. From Bruce Wayne hugging two blonde girls and living a playboy-like life, it suddenly becomes Fuckman briefly introducing Batman's equipment, and most importantly, the Batmobile that flashes by. Then the music reaches a majestic and passionate climax, and the scene becomes Bruce Wayne driving the Batmobile, flying over the eaves and walls, crushing all obstacles along the way. Various passionate action scenes, in the splicing of short shots of more than 1 second at most, begin to flash faster and faster, and with the exciting background music, every punch and kick of Bruce Wayne is full of unparalleled power. At the end of the trailer, Christian Bale, wearing a black battle armor and a cape fluttering behind him, stood on the top floor of the Wayne building, looking sharply at the entire decaying Gotham City. At the same time, the voiceover sounded in the gradually slowing music. "He's coming." Who? Batman. Bruce Wayne rushed down from the building, spread his huge bat wings, like a knight in the dark, patrolling the city he protects. The screen suddenly went black, and a line of huge letters appeared in the middle. DC. Works by Wayne Greenberg. Batman Begins, May 16, 1995. Prepare to welcome the dark epic to North America. In just 30 seconds, the commercial conveys enough information without being incomprehensible. And the soundtrack was created by the team of the master Hans Zimmer, which makes people unable to extricate themselves from the excitement. Oh my god. Naomi Watts opened her mouth and muttered in amazement. Although the trailer was dark but exciting, she was deeply involved. Although the scene of Bruce Wayne's girlfriend in the trailer only flashed by, she still shouted excitedly. Oh my god, the movie I participated in turned out to be like this. She really couldn't imagine the adjective. Several people in the room, including Hella and her husband, saw such an alternative movie scene for the first time. The magnificent spatial layout like an epic opera and the dark and serious theme that flashed by made people unable to help but indulge in it. Boss. Sergey turned his head and looked at his boss with a puzzled look. Why does this Batman seem to be, well, I feel like it's stronger than in the comics. Maybe several women were infected by the deliberately created music and atmosphere, but Sergey kept paying attention to the fighting scenes. Especially after Bruce Wayne put on the armor, every attack was full of realistic power. This kind of attack that makes people see that it is extremely powerful at first glance does make Batman's character clearer. But it is not like this in the comics. If Bruce Wayne leaves his equipment, he is just an ordinary person who is a little stronger. The toughness shown in the film is definitely better than the setting in the comics. Ha, Sergey, I'm not only shooting this Batman, you will understand later. Wayne shrugged, but did not explain too much. The reason why he arranged it this way is naturally more considered. Bruce Wayne in this battle moment is indeed slightly stronger than Nolan's version of Batman. No matter how it is filmed, even if the real protagonist of the second part is the Joker, Wayne will not weaken Batman's ability, and he does not need to prove his ability by smuggling private goods in the film. Don't even think about the shot where Bruce Wayne is put by the gangster's dog. He will never let Batman become a joke. The purpose is very simple. He needs to consider the DC universe throughout the whole film. A very powerful Batman can be more convincing when fighting Clark Kent, so as not to let the audience out of the play. By the same token, the future Mr. Superman will not be a true god under Wayne's camera. DC superheroes have too many different powers, so he must start thinking about future designs from this film. Chapter 265. He abandoned the large-scale shots. Yes. Oh my god. In a group of apartments near Burbank in Los Angeles, a group of young people were dancing excitedly. The trailer of Batman Begins had just been played on TV, but these young people had not watched the dire annual advertising blockbuster. This is even better than what ECT said. A blonde beauty shouted. She was wearing a loose suit, her shirt had been pulled out of her skirt, and her tie was like a scarf, hanging on her slender neck. I dare say that this year's Super Bowl halftime show of Batman Begins is definitely more exciting than the previous Michael Jackson performance. Mary, the girl's boyfriend, looked at her crazy appearance and called her with a headache. Don't mention Michael. Now everyone says he molested a boy. FXXK, those are rumors. I don't believe that Michael would do such a shameful thing. I don't believe it either. When the young people around heard him talk about this, almost all of them expressed their opposition. Michael Jackson is the idol of young people of this era. In the general perception of young people, his achievements have long surpassed his skin color. Thinking of the halftime advertising show that just started, Margaret Emily couldn't help trembling. The reason why they got together was because they all had a common hobby, that is, they liked Wayne Greenberg's movies. Seeing her boyfriend bring up this topic, that made everyone unhappy. She immediately spoke up, ready to draw everyone's attention back to the movie. I didn't expect that the advertising time would start with such a shocking trailer. It's Wayne Greenberg's new Batman. He is finally going to return to the beginning of the summer season. I have been waiting for several months. Yes, a young man with glasses said. He was obviously also emotionally brought by the trailer and is still in an excited state. Just like Hector said, this film will be an unprecedented masterpiece. By the way, Daisy, is Hector sure to get a ticket for the premiere? Daisy, the organizer of this event who had been sitting in the corner, nodded gently, looked around at the people in the room, hesitated, and shook her head again. If it were just a few of us, the premiere movie tickets would definitely not be a problem, but we can't just think about ourselves. Daisy pointed to the still-on computer, which was displaying the IMDb page. Hey, friends, as the leader of this discussion group, I have to consider more fans. Since she came back from watching it last time, Daisy has set up a discussion group on IMDb. At the beginning, the group only consisted of her and her boyfriend Hector Henry, and she later pulled in a few good friends. When the craze for it was over, many young people gradually joined in. Almost all of them were Wayne's die-hard fans, but they couldn't find like-minded people to communicate with. The emergence of the discussion group can be said to be a perfect match. As a result, the situation gradually got out of Daisy's control. In just a few months, the number of fans in this IMDb discussion group in Los Angeles alone increased wildly to thousands. Most of this fan group are young people in their early 20s. A large group of like-minded peers gathered together through the internet. Seeing that more and more people joined, Daisy, after discussing with her boyfriend, simply quit her first job and concentrated on running this fan organization. What should we do? Margaret Emily, who was usually the most active, sat next to her and held her arm and swayed. Can't we let Hector think of a solution? I believe everyone wants to see Wayne's new movie as soon as possible. She turned her head and said to the young people in the room, "You're right, right? Of course, not just us. Everyone wants to see it as soon as possible. Yes, as you can see from the trailer, this movie is simply too cool, like a grand opera." Okay. Daisy raised her hands and pressed them down, smiling and said, "Since I called everyone here, I want to discuss the issue of watching the movie. Listen to me. Hector has tried to communicate with the company to see if he can contact the theater chain through Warner Brothers to help us book a theater at one time so that everyone can watch the premiere together." Margaret Emily's boyfriend, tenor Ted, excitedly waved his fist and asked impatiently, "So, hundreds of us can go to watch the premiere together? Oh my god, Daisy, it's so exciting to think about it." This is why Daisy invited them here. She was going to play big this time. If she could succeed in organizing a group of fans to watch a movie, it would be a bold attempt for her to start a business in the future. Not to mention the fans of the director. Even the fans of Hollywood stars have never been organized on a large scale, let alone watching a movie in a group, to support their favorite idols. The moment Daisy resigned, she had decided that she would treat this huge discussion group as an alternative business. Although she didn't know what the prospects were now, at least everything was going as she expected. Okay, friends. After she saw that the emotions of several people had calmed down, she continued to talk about her plan. It should be no problem to rent a theater, but organizing fans near Los Angeles to watch a movie requires everyone's joint efforts. We still have 3 months. Everyone should do the registration statistics in advance and determine the specific number of people. Only then can ECTR and I go to discuss this with Warner Brothers. Just think about it. When the time comes, all of us will be in a theater watching the premiere together. How cool that would be. Margaret Emily jumped up excitedly. No problem, we'll go back and organize everyone nearby to ensure that more people will come to support Wayne. Orange County will be left to me and Taylor. Okay, then San Bernardino County will be left to me, a blonde voice said. Don't worry, Daisy, I'm more familiar with the Long Beach area, so leave it to me. My home is in West Hollywood, so I can take care of it. Everyone took their own home as the center and drew their own areas of responsibility. Daisy screamed in her heart, and things went smoothly beyond her expectations. Okay, then the area around Burbank will be left to me and DC Tier. Everyone will take action when they go back. It's best for us to get the specific head count and list before April. Even though the Super Bowl game on TV had entered the second half and reached its most intense moment, no one took another look at it. Everyone was discussing this crazy movie watching plan. Everyone was talking at once, giving ideas, and perfecting everything that needed to be considered in the plan. This is Burbank, the media capital, where most companies related to film and television media are gathered. Not far from Daisy's apartment, in the executive office on the 7th floor of the Fox building, the trailer just released is also being discussed. Townsend Rothman frowned. After the trailer ended, he smoked his cigar in silence. He had expected that Warner Brothers would spend so much money to promote the film, but he did not expect the quality of Batman Begins to be very good just from the trailer. As a veteran who has been working in Hollywood for decades, he was surprised that he felt a sense of anticipation when watching the trailer just now, and he had an urge to see the film as soon as possible. John, it seems that we are bound to usher in an extremely powerful competitor. Townsend Rothman exhaled a large puff of green smoke and said to the producer, who was also frowning, Die Hard 3 will not be afraid of competition, and the quality of our film will not be a problem either. John McTiernan shook his head. He was the initiator of the project, producer, and director of this film, so he could not admit defeat first, even verbally. Moreover, he made Die Hard 3 himself, and he knew the quality of the film best. He was sure that this was definitely a good summer movie, with all the element to make it a hit. Bruce Wesley, Jeremy Irons and others who starred in the film also had good box office appeal. If it weren't for Batman Begins, he believed that his film could sweep all the competitors at the beginning of the summer. What made him frown was the unusual things he saw in the trailer just now. Townsend. John McTiernan looked up and said uncertainly, did you notice something just now? This Batman Begins is very different from Wayne Greenberg's previous works. Townsend Rothman nodded, sighed and said, I found out that this is not a damn R-rated movie. This movie is definitely PG-13. In the entire trailer, except for the usual dark style, there are no obvious large-scale shots. This is definitely not good news. This is also what he is worried about. The style of the film has not changed. As long as a normal person sees it, he will know that it is the work of Wayne Greenberg. The strong dark element are too obvious. But the film did not use more large-scale shots as before to guide the audience to release their emotions. Why did Wayne become a major shareholder at Warner Brothers at such a young age? Why did he have such a high status in the circle so easily? It is because the films he made have created huge profits, and no one can imitate them. Before this, the only director who could produce movies close to his style and sell well was Quentin Tarantino's Pulp Fiction. But even so, Pulp Fiction only made 100 million yuan at the box office, which is nothing compared to Wayne's movies. Now he has abandoned the large-scale shots, but Batman Begins has a wider audience. Just thinking about it makes Townsend Rothman headache. If he hadn't invested too much money in the early stage of publicity and promotion, he would definitely not want to waste his brains and think of a solution. I really want to avoid Wayne Greenberg like other movies. Chapter 266 Fatty in Action. The second half of the Super Bowl on TV has gradually come to an end. The San Francisco 49ers led the San Diego Chargers 49-26. Even through the TV signal, one can feel the enthusiastic atmosphere on the scene. When Steve Young of the San Francisco 49ers was announced as a Super Bowl MVP, the screams on the scene were transmitted through the TV to thousands of households in North America and even the world. I'm afraid it's more than just the film rating. Cheers continued to come out from the TV next to them, but the two people in the office were in no mood to watch the game and didn't even watch it. John McTiernan leaned on the sofa and looked at Townsend Roseman through the cigar smoke. He slowly recalled the short 30-second trailer, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest of the sofa. Wayne Greenberg didn't just remove the large-scale shots that he was extremely good at for the film rating, just to get a wider audience. Obviously, as a producer and director, he saw more from it and the young man's greater ambition. Townsend, I don't know if you noticed it. John McTiernan's eyes fixed, and he continued in a dull voice, compared with his previous works, this film is closer to the taste of the mainstream market. Although the film clips are only a quick glance, there is no lack of popcorn element, fierce action scenes, grand special effects scenes, exciting car chases, and explosion scenes that can most arouse the fans' high nests. What does this show? You know, even in The Joker, which caused a global viewing craze, he did not add these elements. He won purely by story, emotional resonance, and sense of substitution. Townsend Rothman nodded. This is also a point that cannot be ignored. It can be said that in order to please more fans, the other party has also made great changes to its own production style. No one can ignore Wayne Greenberg's rapid progress in a film, from the initial Happy Death Day, which was slightly immature, to The Joker, which is a culmination of his personal style. This young man has almost climbed to the threshold of master in the field of black films. Obviously, everyone in the industry now recognizes his achievements in the genre of black films, but he is obviously not satisfied. While maintaining a strong personal style, he is actively moving closer to the mainstream business field in order to make his works cover a wider range and have a larger audience. Townsend Rothman took a puff of a thick cigar and exhaled a large cloud of green smoke. There is no need to wait until the preview of Batman Begins. We must take action before then. Warner Brothers will definitely take advantage of the popularity of the Super Bowl and launch a large-scale publicity offensive. If they let the word of mouth stir up, it may become like Joker 2 years ago, crushing the entire theater market with unparalleled power. These are all predictable. If Townsend Rothman is a senior executive of Warner Brothers, he will not miss such a good opportunity. What are you going to do? John McTiernan asked in surprise when he saw his gloomy face. Warner Brothers has too obvious an advantage in the promotion of Batman Begins. Even if it only relies on the Super Bowl and the popularity of Joker, it is enough for movie fans to have enough expectations. The two films were released on the same day. In the case of a collision, fierce competition is inevitable. He understands that, even if he does nothing, Warner Brothers will definitely not let them go. They will definitely throw dirty water and use all the means, which are almost the most common means in the circle. As the producer of Die Hard 3, he is more entangled than anyone else. Batman Begins has too much publicity advantage. He now only hopes that his film can withstand the pressure when the film is released and try to grab a part of the market share under the opponent's power. But this executive of 20th Century Fox obviously has more ideas to control the momentum of competitors, which makes him very curious and expectant. As long as you can cause a little trouble to the opponent, you may increase the box office of your own film. Everyone knows this truth. You don't have to participate in this matter. Townsend Rothman stood up, walked to the TV, and clicked to turn off the chattering screen. You just need to ensure the quality of Die Hard 3. The rest of the publicity and promotion will be handled by Fox. No problem. John McTiernan was very confident when talking about his film. Believe me, Townsend, this film will definitely be an excellent commercial film. Even if we compete head-on with the other party, we will not be easily suppressed. The two exchanged a few more words about film production before ending the discussion. After John McTiernan left, Townsend Rothman stood in front of the window and looked through the large glass in the direction of the Warner Brothers building. He couldn't just watch his competitors launch a publicity offensive without scruples. As one of the Hollywood giants, they must have the necessary means without crossing the red line. In his heart, Townsend Rothman had the same idea. Even if it caused more trouble for the other party, it was better than doing nothing. Putting all hopes on the choice of the general public after the film is released is the most unreliable method. Thinking of a solution in his mind, he walked back to the back of the office, sat down, picked up the phone, and dialed a number himself. "Hello, this is Townsend Rothman. Yes, it's me." The Super Bowl commercial, as Warner Brothers expected, caused a big sensation and once again aroused great discussion among North American audiences. On the day after the Super Bowl, countless families who watched the event on TV had enough interest and expectations for the film Batman Begins. Wayne is no longer an unknown person, especially among the young people. His name is definitely loud. Among these main forces contributing to the box office, a saying has long been circulated: Wayne Greenberg's production must be a masterpiece. This sentence is not just talk, but the strong reputation and trust of fans he has created with his influential films. This Super Bowl halftime show also made many people and the media pay attention to it, which is still being screened. This record-breaking horror film is still slowly absorbing box office figures with a scale of screening in 150 theaters. Warner Brothers' idea is very simple. It is enough to ensure that the film is screened in theaters until the Oscars begin. The purpose is to be nominated for an Oscar. As long as this goal is achieved, they will immediately operate the offline market of the film across the board and sell the global TV premiere rights, peripheral authorizations, etc. of the film at a high price. There is also the most profitable videotape market, which will also create more amazing revenue for Warner Brothers. It has been released for 4.5 months. The latest box office figures released by the media show that North America has made $295 million, and more than 80 overseas regions have made more than $360 million. The global box office has exceeded $650 million. When other people saw this set of numbers, they would at most sigh. Wayne Greenberg has created glory again. Most people have gradually become numb to the high box office of his films. The name Wayne Greenberg is equal to success, and this sentence is increasingly recognized by more and more people. But a fat man saw the statistics on the Los Angeles Daily Entertainment and had a different opinion. He was much more excited than normal people. He knew very well that a large part of the North American box office of it was due to the marketing plan. Otherwise there would not be so many passers-by fans who would walk into the theater to watch it out of curiosity. If there was no marketing plan, this horror film would not have become a trend among young people, and they would not have watched it repeatedly in groups to show their courage. Are you sure? It was getting late at night. In the manager's office of Miramax, Harvey Weinstein put down the newspaper in his hand and asked his younger brother, who had just come in with a worried look. Bob Weinstein sat on the sofa, nodded and said, "Everything is fine. Everything has been arranged. Now it depends on the performance of the program in the next 2 days. The subsequent publicity activities will also be adjusted according to the performance of the program." After speaking, he raised his wrist and looked at the time. He leaned forward and stretched out his arm to turn on the TV that had been prepared long ago. Seeing his brother's action, Harvey Weinstein also walked out from behind the desk, sat on the sofa, and cast his eyes on the TV screen. ABC's late night exploration program just started. Most of the documentaries of this late night exploration program are specially filmed in order to get ratings and advertising fees. The so-called real documentaries are almost all specially produced by people who have specially investigated the preferences and curiosity of the audience. After 2 advertisements, the screen started with a voiceover. This is a part of the videotape that a farmer picked up from the woods. The rest is still under emergency repair. The screen turned, and in the shaking camera, 3 college students appeared to question the residents of the town. Several residents of the town frequently mentioned that many people have disappeared inexplicably in the town over the years, and everyone suspected that there was a terrible girl named Blair. After the camera cut over, 3 young people with strong curiosity entered the mountain forest, where the witch Blair might exist. Chapter 267 Missing Person Notice. The filming of the video was full of shaking, but it gave people a strange sense of reality. The edited footage was not long, and ended after 5 or 6 minutes. On the sofa in the office lounge, Harvey Weinstein nodded with satisfaction, but he was not in a hurry. The broadcast later was the most important thing. "Hello, audience friends, I'm Rebecca Leslie. I'm very happy that you are watching this episode of Late Night Exploration. After the short video ended, a blonde and blue-eyed beautiful host appeared on the outskirts of a forest, holding a microphone and constantly introducing. The videotape just now was picked up from here by a farmer. Rebecca Leslie pointed to the forest behind her and turned to a stone tablet on the path. Pay attention here. This is an ancient stone tablet, which is estimated to have existed for at least hundreds of years, and there are some warning words engraved on it. As soon as she finished speaking, the camera lens zoomed in, and the engravings on the ancient stone tablet were faintly visible. Stay away from the forest. Be careful of witches. Rebecca Leslie reached out and patted the stone tablet, turned her head, and said to the camera, "No one knows when this stone tablet was erected and who erected it. However, in local legends, the earliest appearance of these things can be traced back to the period of the Great Immigration to North America. According to legend, those witches who were hunted down by the church in Europe followed the early immigrants to this continent and hid in the great forests in eastern North America. Even now, in Delaware, Maryland, Massachusetts and other places, legends about witches are still circulating. Many witch materials and historical stories are still one of the most terrifying legends in the local area, and Blair mentioned in the videotape is one of the most widely circulated witches in our area in the past few decades. Witches have always been widely circulated in North America, and the stories of these groups always appear together with horror legends. Especially on the east coast of North America, there are many witch legends with a long history, and there are also many people interested in them. Otherwise everything about witches would not have been circulated like this. Moreover, in many traditional American horror films, there are shadows of witches. The story of a witch falling in love with a young man, then being exposed and killing the entire town at once by cursing before being burned to death is always played out in an endless stream. The local legend about the Blair Witch has also been appearing along with the disappearance of the townspeople. On the TV, the host Rebecca Leslie was still introducing it. The videotape that was just played at the beginning of the program was given to us by a farmer after seeing it. In addition to this destroyed videotape, there are also the personal belongings and some relics of the 3 missing college students. According to the interviews with the townspeople before we came, we learned that the 3 young people have been looking for the traces of the witch and want to explore the secrets of the Blair Witch. However, because the videotape is severely damaged, it is still under emergency repair. With a click, Harvey Weinstein reached out and turned off the TV and did not continue watching. Through the program report just now, he believed that there would definitely be many people interested in this matter. After all, this kind of exploration program usually broadcasts documentaries about the Bermuda Triangle and the ancient Egyptian pyramids. Today's pseudo-documentary should give many viewers an illusion, making the audience in front of the TV believe that all this is real. We have invested more than $2 million to make Blair Witch appear on this late night show. I hope we can achieve better results. Bob Weinstein squinted his eyes and looked at his brother and said softly, "But this is the only program for the whole United States. The remaining 20 or so late night TV stations are all local in nature, and the audience is definitely not as large as ABC. That's enough." The fat man had a smile on his face. With this wave of bombardment and publicity, there will definitely be a lot of people interested. Coupled with the subsequent publicity guidance, people who are curious about witches will be like a virus, spreading more and more. There is still half a month before the film is released. Every step of the publicity plan is very important. Bob, you have to watch it yourself, and there must be no mistakes. I understand. Bob Weinstein nodded. He knew the importance of this matter. In order to promote this film, the 2 brothers invested all their working capital. They are not like Wayne Greenberg, who has a terrifying fortune. Miramax is not owned by their brothers. The major shareholder is Walt Disney, and they do not hold many shares in it. Harvey Weinstein's wealth is not consistent with his status in the circle. Miramax started by operating low-cost movies with careful calculations, and the profit was not much. So this fat man envied those high-grossing movies. Those movies with a North American box office of 100 million or 200 million are almost impossible to appear in Miramax. This company is impossible to invest in such a big production. The next morning, when all the media and the public were talking about Batman Begins at the beginning of the summer season, a large number of people were also discussing the Blair Witch incident on the Discovery program yesterday. After all, 3 lives disappeared in that forest. Not only did ABC's late night show report the incident, but many local TV stations also reported it in detail, and they all played the videotape as a documentary. In the first 1 or 2 days, people just treated it as gossip and discussed it with friends and family, but then it gradually changed. When many people still didn't know what was going on, various second-tier media, whether newspapers, magazines or radio stations, and even blockbuster video rental stores across the United States, all posted a missing person notice. In March 1994, 3 college students studying film and television came to Bulltown with their photographic equipment, hoping to find and understand the secrets of witches, and investigate and film the local legend of Blair the Witch. However, soon after they found some clues, the 3 young people disappeared. Their families searched for them everywhere, but there was no clue at all, until a damaged videotape was picked up. Through the videotape and the notes found at the same time, it was confirmed that the 3 young people had encountered the legendary witch. From their notes, it was learned that the 3 young people not only encountered the witch, but also had a series of terrifying things happen to them. When the propaganda entered the second stage, the discussion about Blair the Witch had gradually formed a trend. With the help of various media, the mystery of the matter was gradually increased, which made the public in North America curious. There were also many kind-hearted people who spontaneously began to publicize this missing person notice, hoping to find the 3 young people. Although this trend was getting bigger and bigger, and more people gradually believed in this matter, they did not realize that the media reporting this matter were all second and third-rate tabloids, magazines and radio stations, and there was no authoritative large media. To put it bluntly, the plan that Wayne customized was not complicated at all. It was just to spread the news in a short time through various wide coverage, but cheap propaganda channels, giving ordinary people the illusion that it was a real story, and encouraging these people to spread the story to their family and friends around them. This kind of thing is actually not uncommon. Viral marketing, a business method, usually appears in other business fields, but it is definitely the first time that this thing is used in movies and spread on a large scale in the form of deception. The effect is better than we thought. The Weinstein brothers have been keeping an eye on the development of this matter, especially Bob Weinstein, who is the executor of the entire plan. Harvey Weinstein nodded. Okay, we will increase investment later and put all the funds on the Witch Studios books into it. We must ensure that more people look forward to the specific content of the videotape before the film is released. Now we must pay attention to confidentiality. We will increase the investment of various TV stations, let them continue to broadcast the short film, and then buy more advertising space and publish missing person notices. These are our bargaining chips for more theaters. Leave it to me, Bob Weinstein said. The mystery of this matter still needs to be maintained, but as long as more than a week passes, it will not matter when it comes to the later stage of publicity. This trick can only deceive ordinary people, and it is impossible to hide it from the elites in society. This is even more true for people in the Hollywood circle. Now that it has only been promoted for a few days, many people have already smelled a familiar smell from it. It almost played a trick before, although it was not so excessive, but the execution method was very similar. Except for those who are very sober. Even if ordinary people have doubts about this matter, through the lies made up by the witch Blair, coupled with the publicity of the TV station and the spontaneous spread of people around them, these people will still be aroused with curiosity and desire to explore. Time was slowly moving forward. Outside the Warner Brothers studio, Wayne and his group, who had been busy with post-production for a day, were about to get on the car when they suddenly noticed a volunteer walking towards them. The girl walked up to them with a large stack of information. Sir, madam, if you see the 3 people above, please call the number above. Their families are going crazy. Thank you. After handing them a missing person notice, the girl turned around and walked towards other passers-by, continuing to distribute information. Boss, it seems that Harvey Weinstein is making very fast progress. When the car started, Nina looked at the missing person notice curiously and said to him, "Don't worry about this. This matter has nothing to do with us." Wayne didn't even raise his eyelids. He almost made the plan, and no one knew these things better than him. "We just wait to collect the money. Don't worry about how the fat man operates." The Oscars are coming soon, and the post-production of the film has reached a critical moment. He doesn't want to worry about these trivial matters. After all, this is just to make a quick buck. Chapter 268 The Good Man's Thoughts. The Rolls-Royce Silver Spur drove smoothly towards Beverly. In the car, Nina casually threw aside the missing person notices that had flooded the market recently. Wayne could focus all his attention on the post-production of Batman Begins, but Nina had been paying attention to the fermentation of this matter. Now the legend of the witch has unconsciously stirred up a lot of heat. Jimmy should have been in charge of the negotiation of this game-like investment plan of his boss, but during this period, the agent was working with his colleagues to register a new agency and rent an office space, so this matter fell on Nina again. The assistant knew that her boss could not care about the subsequent development as long as he invested money, but she had to pay attention to the direction of things. If she invested hundreds of millions of funds, she must see enough returns. Moreover, she had never been very confident about the fat man Harvey Weinstein. This fat Jewish man had a bad reputation in the circle, and the evaluation of him was always half good and half bad. This fat guy has a sharp vision. For the sake of his own film's revenue, he is definitely the kind of bastard who can pull the bottom line to the lowest. But he can keep giving opportunities to new directors, just like Quentin Tarantino, who is in high spirits. His attitude towards actresses, especially the young actresses who have not yet become famous, is just like another person. He is an out-and-out tyrant, or a bastard who does not keep his word. There is always a lot of news about him. In Nina's mind, compared with him, her boss is simply a good man who keeps his word and does what he says. At least he does not play with women by deception and power. Where's Nami? Has she boarded the plane? Wayne opened the car refrigerator and took out a bottle of lemonade from it. He raised his head and took a big sip, frowned slightly and asked the Australian girl. Nina nodded and said, if the flight hadn't been delayed, we would have arrived in Australia by now. After a while, as long as the post-production of Batman Begins is completed and the preview has been held, the pre-screening promotion activities will start non-stop. As a popular actress in Hollywood, Naomi Watts will not be able to rest for long. She will have to carry out frequent promotion activities under the arrangement of Warner Brothers. So this Australian beauty took advantage of the free time now and took a plane back to Australia to be with her family. This also gave Wayne a headache. As soon as Naomi Watts got on the plane, his old partner John Gray from Warner Brothers called Nina and informed him that there would be a cocktail party in the evening and it would be best if he could attend. Generally, for formal cocktail parties like this, everyone agrees to bring a formal female companion. This is not a carnival party, but a high-end cocktail party that is biased towards the upper class. Do you want me to call Bella Grant for you? The assistant understood what he was thinking, so she took out her phone book and mobile phone from her bag, ready to find a female companion for him temporarily. Forget it. Wayne shook his head. It's fine for the two of us to go by ourselves. If it weren't for the Oscars, I would rather stay in the manor and walk the dog. Nina shrugged and put away the things she took out. As long as her boss didn't care, she wouldn't care even more. At most, she wouldn't bring a female companion. Anyway, no one would be so tactless as to nitpick their impoliteness. Wayne had never been willing to attend such a cocktail party, but he still had some ideas about the Oscars in his heart, and he also had a plan to make a temporary change. He definitely didn't have any hope for this year's awards ceremony, but it was hard to say what would happen next. Since the company was going to pave the way for him and introduce him to several college bigwigs, he might as well go to make some familiar faces and do some advance work for future canvassing. After the car drove into the Greenberg manor, Wayne quickly took a shower, changed his clothes, got in the car again, and left the manor, arriving at the Beverly Four Seasons Hotel before dark. As soon as the car stopped, the hotel doorman opened the door for him. When he walked into the hotel lobby with Nina, he saw Jeff Robinoff at a glance. Apparently, the CEO of Warner Brothers was waiting for him. How is the post-production work? Is everything going well? The two of them briefly greeted each other, and Jeff Robinoff asked, after entering the elevator. Everything is going well. Nodding, Wayne calculated the approximate progress in his mind. If nothing unexpected happens, all the work on the film will be completed around April, and no later than mid-April, and it will definitely not delay the preview of the film. The elevator dinged and stopped on the 17th floor. As the two walked out, Jeff Robinoff said, "I hope everything goes well. The cocktail party has already started. I'll introduce you to some old guys from the academy." The banquet hall on the 17th floor of the hotel was bustling with people. Almost all the participants were dressed in formal clothes, holding wine glasses, and talking to each other politely. The waiters were holding trays of wine and constantly shuttling between these successful people. Since Wayne and his friends entered the cocktail party, they immediately attracted more than one gaze. Even though the guests here had achieved certain success in the circle, they all looked at the young man. It seems that Warner Brothers has very high expectations for him. It seems that the director has already had ideas about the Academy Awards. Tom Cruise held a glass of champagne and watched the CEO of Warner Brothers take Wayne and constantly introduce him to various bigwigs in the circle. He sighed to his agent Pat Kingsley beside him. According to the news circulating in the circle, Pat Kingsley was also observing the other party. At least 1/3 to 1/2 of Warner Brothers' revenue figures are related to his works. Also, I heard that Wayne Greenberg owns more than 5% of Warner Brothers' shares. What? Before her superstar husband could speak, Nicole Kidman turned her head in surprise when she heard this number and looked at her agent. Pat Kingsley shrugged her shoulders. She had her own information channels. Even if this number was not very accurate, it would not be too different. Glancing at the people around her, she continued in a low voice, "You heard it right. Even if Wayne Greenberg bought the shares not long ago, the investment income should have increased a lot. Warner Brothers' stock price has been rising steadily this year. Even if we don't count his other assets, just this part of the shares alone, he is already one of the richest people in the circle." There are some things she hasn't said yet. Judging from the current momentum, as long as the other party's Batman Begins can be as successful as ever in the summer season, Warner Brothers' stock price will definitely soar again. Stars and directors in Hollywood hardly believe in the financial market. They would rather invest in art than trust the stock market. But whether the other party did it on purpose or not, their vision and decisiveness are better than 90% of the people in the circle. Nicole Kidman looked over there with a complicated look. She could still think of what the other party said when he rejected her that day. She glanced at Tom Cruise and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her superstar husband didn't know about it, and Pat Kingsley didn't say anything. Otherwise, with his narrow-mindedness, there would definitely be endless quarrels. Not far away from them, the two bosses of DreamWorks, a new force in Hollywood, were also observing Jeff Robinoff and his friends. "Steven, are you really going to do this?" Looking at the young man, Jeffrey Katzenberg took a sip of champagne and asked the old friend beside him softly. Steven Spielberg nodded and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "We need a big win at the box office. And this young man is the most suitable candidate now." The three giants of DreamWorks came together. Their purpose was not to be a small or medium-sized film company. The three of them had huge ambitions and wanted to become the seventh giant in Hollywood. But Jeffrey Katzenberg's animation department has a very long film production cycle. Although animated feature films are incredibly profitable, the production costs and time are much greater than those of live-action films. The only way to make a name for themselves as soon as possible is Steven Spielberg's live-action film department. If Wayne Greenberg can be invited, it will undoubtedly be the most guaranteed way to guarantee success in box office. It's difficult, Steven. Jeffrey Katzenberg shook his glass and turned his head to look at him seriously. "I think you should not hold too much hope. Warner Brothers and that young man will not easily agree to your invitation. He is not a small director who wants to seek a chance to stand out. In fact, in his heart, he also felt that inviting that young man was the fastest and best way, but the possibility of this was almost zero. The three bosses knew the change in the attitude of the six giants towards them, unless they were willing to give up their ambitions and be a content production company. This was absolutely impossible. They would not give up the original intention of establishing DreamWorks. And that young man, strictly speaking, was also one of the bosses of Warner Brothers, and naturally had a different stance from them. How could he watch DreamWorks rise Many people in the circle knew that Wayne Greenberg was definitely not easy to mess with. In addition, with the support of the media group Time Warner, it was already very good that the other party did not suppress them. Now they wanted the other party to make a film for DreamWorks, which would be too difficult. Thinking of this, Jeffrey Katzenberg continued, I think you will be more confident of success if you shoot it yourself. No. Steven Spielberg shook his head. If you want to have a box office bomb, this junior among our own people is the best choice. His production style is naturally suitable for this project. In this kind of R-rated film, even I can't compare with him. After speaking, he saw that the crowd surrounding the other party had dispersed, and it was obvious that they had already met everyone they should know. Let's go and talk to that young man. I hope my bargaining chips can impress him. Chapter 269. Using money to hit. Wayne, you did a great job. The old man who spoke had a conspicuous hooked nose. He was a veteran member of the Academy and a director and producer who was active in the 1960s. Perhaps in this era, almost no one knows the name of Rahim Weitzman, but this old man can influence a large part of the votes in the Academy. You are still young, don't worry. The hooked-nosed Jewish old man was obviously in a good mood. He smiled and held the wine glass and said to the young junior in front of him, some things will be yours sooner or later. You just need to know that there are many old guys like me who have been paying attention to you. Thank you, Mr. Weitzman. Wayne did not show a flattering expression, but just looked reserved and raised his glass to clink with the other party. The reason why Hollywood has developed like this is inseparable from the hard work of predecessors like you. I can only achieve some success smoothly by standing on your shoulders. Since he has come, he must have made preparations and put away some of his personality. It is not difficult for him to speak to people in a human way and to speak to ghosts in a ghost way. Wayne knew better than anyone else that, if he wanted the little golden man, he would definitely need the support of these old guys. Although they were out of touch with the times, their influence on the awards was definitely not comparable to those happy film critics. These old men never represented just one vote for themselves, but a large group of Jewish groups. After hearing Wayne's words, the old man was obviously in a better mood, and his smile became brighter. Although he knew that what the young man said was very flattering, Rahim Weitzman still felt very useful. These words really touched the hearts of these older filmmakers. In the hearts of these older Hollywood people, they always felt that it was their own efforts that made this film industry surpass Europe and become the center of world cinema. We are old, Wayne. Rahim Weitzman took a sip of champagne and looked at the young man in front of him with more appreciation. You have done a great job in promoting the development of the Hollywood film industry, and the Academy will not forget your contribution. As he was talking, he saw the two giants of DreamWorks coming over and smiled and shook his head. I, an old man, will not take up your time. Let's play golf together when we have a chance. Wayne nodded and shook hands with him again. Okay, you can call me anytime. What the other party said was that the Academy would not forget his contribution to the promotion of the Hollywood film industry. This sentence was the most important and what he wanted to hear the most. To be precise, this sentence was not wrong at all. It was the movie Joker that broke the market barriers of many countries in the world several years in advance. For the first time, many countries saw how the Hollywood film industry was so prosperous and harvested the global box office. This achievement could not be compared even with the Jurassic Park that was released later. You know, this thing should have been done by the truck driver. At the end of 1997, the big ship made everyone in the world understand what the film industry was for the first time. Now that he has taken the lead, the meaning has changed a lot. Boss. Seeing that the boss was in a daze, Nina reached out and gently poked him and whispered behind him, Steven Spielberg and Jeffrey Katzenberg are here. Before she could finish, the good guy came up to her and greeted her with a smile. How is it? Do you feel like you are the center of the world? Maybe, it's not a bad feeling anyway. Wayne shrugged and extended his hand to a bald man with glasses beside him. Hello, Mr. Katzenberg, nice to meet you. Hello, Director Greenberg. After they greeted each other, Steven Spielberg glanced at Jeff Robinoff who had been observing here and said directly, I want to talk to you about something, but it's not convenient here. Let's find a lounge. Okay, we'll talk. He had met everyone he should know, and he had also sold his smile all night. If he continued to stay here, the rest would be nothing more than socializing. So Wayne readily agreed to it, wanting to see what this good guy was up to. Before leaving the banquet hall, he raised his glass to the CEO of Warner Brothers, then took Nina, and followed the two bigwigs into the lounge at the corner. The lounge was not very big, and the four of them sat on the sofa around a table and observed each other. After the waiter served the coffee, he left and closed the door. Steven Spielberg glanced at Nina first, then turned his head, and said with a serious look, "Wayne, I have contacted your agent several times before, but unfortunately, the results were not very good. I'm too busy." Wayne also explained seriously, "The filming of Batman has just ended, and I have to focus on the post-production. I can hardly take time to rest." He had roughly guessed the other party's purpose, but he still took out a cigarette, lit it, and waited patiently for the other party to continue talking. He was very curious about what conditions the two bigwigs of DreamWorks would use to impress him. "Okay, Wayne." Steven Spielberg didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "DreamWorks has a project. We all think that you would be the best director. The scale and style of this project are very suitable for you." Seeing that he had been listening carefully, the good man looked at Jeffrey Katzenberg and continued, "This film has the humanistic care that you are good at, and the bloody and realistic battlefield portrayal. Most importantly, we all think that this project is most suitable to be made into a narrated film." Hearing this, Wayne's heart skipped a beat. He probably guessed which project it was. If he was right, it should be the World War II film that started with the beach landing. "Of course, if you think this film is not suitable for you after watching it," the other party continued to say, "it's better to get used to the projects initiated by yourself. We can also talk about your ideas." Steven. Without thinking, Wayne shook his head directly. "We all know that I can't possibly shoot a project invested by DreamWorks, so don't take it out. Sorry. Don't rush to refuse. Maybe you can take a look at the plan and the script first." Seeing that he shook his head and refused without hesitation, Steven Spielberg stated his conditions. 30%. Wayne, 30% of the global box office will be your remuneration as a director and producer. No matter how much the box office of the film is, this share ratio will not change. The current planned production cost is $70 million US. If you are willing to take over, DreamWorks will add $20 million US as your basic director's remuneration. That's right. Steven Spielberg's idea is very simple. That is, to spend money. As long as the other party is willing to direct, he is willing to spend the terrifying upfront remuneration and later share to ensure that the film can maximize its success. These shares sound scary at first glance, almost equivalent to DreamWorks giving up most of its profits. The good guy has made plans. If this can be done with money, the cost is definitely not much, and DreamWorks can make more profits offline. I admit that no one doesn't like more money, and I like it too. Wayne let out a long breath and suppressed the heartbeat in his heart. But unfortunately, Steven, my work plan has been scheduled for 5 years, and I'm afraid I don't have the time and energy to direct this film. He did not lie in this sentence. If he guessed correctly, the preparation time for this project would definitely not be shorter than Batman Begins. A large number of actors in the film need to undergo several months of military training and learn to use equipment from World War II. When the preparations for filming are completed, the work is definitely not easy, and it is impossible to complete it in a short time. There are a large number of actors involved, a large number of explosion scenes, and a large number of battlefield restorations, which are almost impossible to complete in a short time. Even if the factors of different positions are removed, he does not have that much time to shoot an alternative war film. I hope you are considering it. Steven Spielberg had expected it, and did not show disappointment. This film is really suitable for your style, especially the portrayal of the cruelty of war and the discussion of human nature. And the most important point is that this is a realistic film, which is naturally suitable for the Oscar stage. Forget it. Wayne still refused in person. If it were another director, the sky-high remuneration plus the temptation of the Oscar might have overwhelmed him and made him agree, but he already had his own plan and was not short of money. Steven, I suggest you direct this film yourself. I really don't have enough time. Okay, if you change your mind, you can contact me. Steven Spielberg took a deep look at Wayne, stood up and said a polite word to him, and walked out of the lounge with Jeffrey Katzenberg, who had been silent all the time. The remaining two people were not in a hurry to go out, but sat on the sofa and continued to drink coffee. Judging from the remuneration alone, the other party's sincerity is indeed very sufficient. The conditions offered by DreamWorks, even Warner Brothers dare not play like this. It can only be said that Steven Spielberg is too eager to open up the increasing constraints of DreamWorks through a box office bomb. Unfortunately, Wayne really couldn't spare the time. Even if he could spare a year, he would not shoot a movie invested by DreamWorks. This is the basic premise. If he wants to knock him out with money, the price he has to pay may not be enough. Sorry, I don't see anyone here. The door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open, and a woman who was full of alcohol stumbled in. Ah. Director Greenberg, what a coincidence. Wayne looked at the woman who was drunk, but had clear eyes, and muttered softly, interesting. Chapter 270 Perseverance. Nina turned to look at the woman who pushed the door open, and immediately wanted to applaud her perseverance. No matter how Angelina Jolie got the news and found this place, it shows that this woman is very thoughtful. What a coincidence, Miss Jolie. Wayne stood up from his chair, buttoned up his suit, and prepared to leave the lounge. It looks like you drank a lot. This lounge is for you. After saying that, he walked out from the side of this American girl. Angelina Jolie was stunned for a moment, and she didn't react until the two of them left. She lowered her head in confusion, looked at herself from top to bottom, and muttered softly, "There's no reason. Is he really not interested in me?" Before coming here today, she carefully put on makeup and changed into a sexy close-fitting dress. Since entering the hotel, she has attracted the attention of many men, which makes her more confident in herself. And according to rumors in the circle, Wayne Greenberg will never refuse any woman who takes the initiative. Even many fans knew that this young director was a playboy. The cocktail party outside was coming to an end, and many people were saying goodbye to the CEO of Warner Brothers politely. When Wayne came out, he ran into Tom Cruise and his wife, who were just about to leave. "Hi, Tom. Good evening, Nicole." Although he had no feelings for the couple, he still took the initiative to say hello. "Hi, Wayne." Tom Cruise shook his hand gently and said with a smile, "It's too late today. I'll invite you to play ball with me when I have time." Nodding, Wayne also politely said, "No problem." After a few pleasantries, Tom Cruise remained silent until he went downstairs and got in the car. When the car turned into Mulholland Road, he suddenly turned his head and looked at his agent. "Pat, although there are always people who suddenly become famous in Hollywood and miracles are constantly happening, no one has ever accumulated huge wealth and power in just a few years like Wayne Greenberg through continuous success. This not only makes many old school movie stars and directors uncomfortable, but even Tom Cruise, a representative of the brain school, also finds it incredible." After leaving the hotel, he was recalling that the time he took to become a superstar and have a large amount of wealth was already very smooth, but compared to the other party, it was obviously nothing. Now he can understand a little bit how those old school figures in the circle feel when they look at him. Everything he has achieved through many years of hard work, others have it very easily, and even their achievements have surpassed his own. This feeling is definitely not pleasant. Tom. Pat Kingsley recalled the young man, observed the client's face, and said, "Some people are born to be in this line of work, just like you, and Wayne Greenberg is the same." Seeing that the other party did not seem unhappy, she continued, "It's a pity that the director's production style is too alternative, and it doesn't match your acting style at all. Otherwise, if you can cooperate, you will definitely create a bigger box office miracle. If you don't consider whether the styles match, just simply fantasize about it. This thing is indeed crazy." With Tom Cruise's current box office appeal, plus Wayne Greenberg's control over the film, the ending will definitely be very dreamy. But this thing is basically impossible to do. The film shot by the other party is naturally not the same path as Tom Cruise's mainstream commercial route. Keep an eye on the news of Batman Begins. Liang Tang was also very tempted by this fantasy, but he was not as pessimistic as the agent. This circle is so small, and there is no telling when the other party will shoot a mainstream commercial film. Okay, I understand. Pat Kingsley nodded, but still reminded carefully. Tom, a niche movie like superhero is not suitable for you at all. Even if a movie like Batman can be successful, you can't play a superhero, because that will solidify the actor's image on the screen. I won't play a superhero, Tom Cruise said in a deep voice. Of course he understood this truth. Superhero roles with a huge fan base and well-known reputation have always been a double-edged sword for actors and stars. This kind of role can easily make people famous quickly, and it will also imprison the actor in this image. The more successful the film is, the more solid the actor will be imprisoned. Fans will only remember your image. If you play other roles, it will only make the audience naturally out of the play. Not only Pat Kingsley has this fantasy, Wayne also had the same fantasy when he saw Tom Cruise. He doesn't mind inviting a superstar to cooperate with him. He believes that this can increase the box office of the film. The only thing he needs to worry about is the other party's value and schedule. What's wrong? When everyone had almost left, Jeff Robinoff saw him in a trance and asked curiously. Nothing. Wayne shook his head and shook off the unrealistic idea. He knew that he shouldn't think about the next project now. The most important thing was to ensure the success of Batman Begins. This series was the most important part of his career, and this Batman was the beginning of the entire series. There must be no accidents. The company plans to arrange the media preview of the film in mid-April. There were not many people in the banquet hall. Jeff Robinoff sat next to Wayne and asked about Batman. I have been looking forward to this film. Every time I think of the DC Universe plan you made, I can't help but get excited. Not only was he excited, but he was also worried. This concept of a movie universe is not new, but no company has been able to make it. The consensus in the industry is that the safest and most profitable film is the sequel series. As long as a movie that can make money appears, the film company will usually make a sequel and continue to shoot until the film is no longer profitable and all value is squeezed out. The plan made by Wayne has the attribute of a series. As long as the first film is successful, the pressure of shooting later will be much less. And this kind of movie universe has a good start, which is not comparable to ordinary series of films. There will be countless sequels that can be filmed. Don't worry, Jeff. I promise that the film will be completed before mid-April. Looking at the empty banquet hall, Wayne waved and took another glass of champagne from the waiter's tray. After taking a big sip, he confidently said to Jeff Robinoff, as long as Warner Brothers follows the plan I submitted at the beginning and shoots one movie after another, using successful DC characters to deepen the expectations of fans and lay a solid foundation. When an uncontrollable crisis occurs, the assembly of the Justice League will become a matter of course. Similarly, greater success will become a matter of course. In fact, the most suitable character for me to shoot is Batman. This kind of story with deep hatred and sufficient ideology is the type I'm best at. When Batman can successfully shoot the second part, I will try to give more clues and Easter eggs. At that time, we can find more directors and start more than 2 projects at a time to accelerate the appearance of heroes on the big screen. Wayne has thought these plans through carefully. Even for DC superheroes, not all of them are suitable for black attributes. This dark and serious style is a basic core, but it cannot be abused and applied to all heroes. Moreover, no matter which character is being filmed, the investment and preparation time for DC's superhero movies cannot be short. He cannot produce all of them by himself. Even if he is a quick shooter, he can only make one movie a year at most. Besides, he is not a robot. As long as the right director is found, and Wayne does a good job of supervising and controlling the production, the universe will advance much faster. That will be a few years later. Jeff Robinoff breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was a little excited every time he heard this plan, he still kept a clear mind. The most important thing is now. You propose this universe. I hope you can successfully open it. If you want to smoothly realize everything later, the key is this opening film. Batman is related to the implementation of all subsequent plans. Okay, Warner Brothers just needs to ensure the scale of the opening and the publicity activities. You don't have to worry about the quality of the film. Wayne drank the champagne in his glass in one gulp, stood up and gestured to him. It's getting late. I'll go back and rest. You can always ask Tim Burton about the progress of the later work. Okay. When Wayne and his assistant walked out of the hotel lobby and prepared to get in the car to rest, they saw an unexpected woman at the same time. Angelina Jolie was standing next to the Rolls Royce, talking to Sergey non-stop. A very patient woman, isn't she? Nina teased. Wayne shrugged his shoulders and thought about what the other party's purpose was in approaching him. Anyway, it was definitely not as simple as seeing that he looked cool and wanted to have sex. He knew that he was not the popular Leo who could make women unable to close their legs when they saw him and try every means to collect stamps. He still knew a little about how crazy this girl was. He didn't want to provoke this kind of easy girl who would bring trouble. Now Jolie has not repented and turned into the loving adoption maniac. Miss Jolie. Wayne pointed to the car and asked Nina to wait for him first, then called the sexy American girl. He hadn't noticed it in the lounge just now, but now he realized the explosive figure of this woman, which made him sigh that these white girls are all sexy and hot at their best age. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. Catwoman was found in advance. It's late now. Do you want me to take you home? Wayne asked politely while looking at Angelina Jolie. Hey, I've been waiting for you. Seeing him appear, Angelina Jolie smiled immediately. Noticing that the man's eyes were getting hotter and hotter, she shouted excitedly in her heart. Or, we can go to another place to talk. With fluffy hair, Angelina Jolie was wearing a pure black dress. Not only did she reveal most of her peak, but her lower body was also designed with hips, revealing a pair of straight and round long legs. What made people feel most dry and thirsty was the woman's plump and sexy lips. She obviously knew her advantages and only applied a light lipstick on them. You are really hot tonight. I have a bottle of good red wine. Do you want to try it? Wayne exclaimed sincerely. This woman had been hinting at him, so he simply let go of his doubts. Anyway, she would reveal her purpose in the end, otherwise all this would be in vain. Okay. The moon was shining brightly in the night sky of Los Angeles, constantly casting its light all over the ground. Wayne and Angelina Jolie got in the car and drove smoothly away from the Four Seasons Hotel, walking along the brightly lit street towards the Greenberg Manor. Beverly Hills was bustling with people coming and going on the streets. For the successful people living here, their nightlife has just begun. It's a pity for me that I couldn't participate in the production of Batman Begins. On the balcony on the third floor of the manor, Angelina Jolie took the red wine, clinked glasses with him, took a sip, and said with a look of annoyance on her face. Wayne leaned back on the recliner, looking the woman up and down, and casually said, "Your figure doesn't match the role setting. That's a slender female prosecutor, and your figure is too sexy. After that, you didn't stay until now, did you?" Angelina Jolie put down her wine glass, curiously reached out, and touched the two lazy golden hairs, looked up and said, "I participated in a movie starring John Lee Miller. It's a thriller called Hackers." She knew very well that this kind of thriller without much presence would not help her career. If she wanted to gain enough fame in a short time, the man opposite was the best shortcut. Thinking of this, she took the initiative to stand up, walked to the man, bent down and whispered in his ear, "I want to take a shower first. Do you want to come with me?" They were all adults, and since Angelina Jolie wanted to come back with him, both of them understood each other's meaning. Wayne looked at the sexy lips in front of him, smiled and stood up, and walked to the bathroom with her. An hour later, the two wrapped themselves in bathrobes and sat back on the balcony, drinking red wine again. Never mind whether this woman has a chaotic private life, is addicted to alcohol and drugs, which is a common phenomenon in this circle. But Wayne knows very well that she is not the kind of woman who has no long-term plan, does not care about the future, and indulges herself desperately. The fact that she was able to turn over and become a top actress in the end is related to the charity persona she created later, and more importantly, her smart brain and hard work. I'm a comic book fan. Angelina Jolie lay lazily beside him, stretching out a hand to tease the two dogs. I heard that Batman is a trilogy series. That's right. Wayne has seen the other person's figure and understood what she meant. Now he has to consider whether to give this woman a chance and let her try Catwoman. At least in terms of sexy figure, she is definitely qualified. Forget about acting skills. The main task of this role is to be hot enough. The next film will be shot at least a year later. If you can wait, I will arrange an audition for you. Thank you. Do you need me to prepare anything? Angelina Jolie sat up suddenly, looking at him with a fiery look in her eyes. This surprise came too suddenly, making her feel that she got the desired result without much effort. If she could participate in the other party's project, it would definitely be more useful than participating in those ordinary films. This would make her career take a big step forward. Don't be happy too early. Wayne took a sip of red wine, picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and continued. Even if you can get a role, you have to sign a multi-film contract with Warner Brothers. This is the basic premise for participating in my project. Is it the same for the main role in this Batman Begins? Angelina Jolie asked involuntarily. She knew the meaning of signing such a contract, which was equivalent to tying herself to one place for several years. The same tragedy is not uncommon. There are also stars who have fallen out with a production company because of contract issues and are forced to play villains. In the end, it is a lose-lose situation. Yes, including the male lead Christian Bale. This is a series of movies, and I will only use actors with guaranteed reputation. Wayne has made it very clear. Whether or not she is willing to continue depends on the choice of this woman. She is different from those little actors with no foundation. Even if it is only because of her father, she will not lack roles to shoot. The kind of roles with lines that many actors who come to Los Angeles to pursue their dreams envy are within her reach. I will think about it carefully. What else do I need to prepare? Angelina Jolie knows very well how rare this opportunity is. If you want to get a shortcut to fame quickly, you must pay a greater price. Start working out. Wayne said as he picked up this American girl and walked towards the bedroom. Try to make your body more explosive, but be careful not to exercise your muscles. Time gradually entered March. The award season is always accompanied by various news. Wayne, who was hiding in the post-production studio, was also watching The Shawshank Redemption and Forrest Gump fighting in the newspaper in addition to the tedious editing work. After the Oscar nomination luncheon, as the two most popular films this year, The Shawshank Redemption received 7 nominations, and Forrest Gump received 13 nominations. Both films identified the other as the main obstacle. Moreover, the actions of both sides were very consistent. While working hard to publicize the Academy members, they continued to discredit each other in the media to raise their own. Even the film critics who have a great influence on the awards suddenly split into 2 camps and began to constantly cheer for the films they support in their own columns. The awards season is a carnival for film critics and also a carnival for public relations companies. A large part of the public relations fees spent on rushing for awards are absorbed by these two groups. When people's attention was attracted by the upcoming Oscars, the constantly hyped The Blair Witch Project also quietly entered the North American theater market. There was no glamorous premiere, nor a big publicity tour. It opened directly on Friday with a scale of 1,500 theaters. Still in the AMC cinema chain near Burbank, the Weinstein brothers sat in the lounge area in the lobby, observing the fans who came to watch the movie. Just as the two thought, there was a long line in the theater. All of them were fans who came to watch Blair Witch. We still have 1,700 copies of the film in our hands. Bob Weinstein looked excited, trying to suppress his voice. As long as this momentum can be maintained in the next 2 days, I will immediately contact FedEx to distribute the copies to all of North America as soon as possible. Hurry up, we don't have much time to show it, Harvey Weinstein said in a deep voice. He had expected such a situation a long time ago. After more than half a month of crazy fermentation, it has finally formed a person-to-person publicity. Not only did the theater line up to buy tickets and wait to watch the movie, but even the lobby was crowded with people. Most of the young people who came with friends were buzzing about the movie and witches. These people came with curiosity, but the fans who came out after watching the movie showed dissatisfaction with the movie. The more civilized ones just complained a few words, and the bad-tempered ones had already started to curse. This is not a documentary at all. We have been deceived. This is a shitty movie. Yes, damn it. What on earth did the director of the film shoot? The shaking camera almost made me vomit my breakfast. F***K. This director is a liar. Everything is a scam. Mother F***K. Shit. Every time a group of people came out, someone would greet the director and distributor of the film. Every fan who had seen the film was disgusted and full of anger at being deceived and fooled. But this did not affect the arrival of more fans. Those who were waiting heard these comments, which aroused their curiosity. Few people were discouraged by the comments in the theater. Harvey Weinstein watched and listened with a smile. The more the fans cursed, the happier he was. Now that the strong promotion period has passed, the viral marketing has been very successful. The fans' abuse will only make the film more talked about. He had thought of this situation a long time ago. Fans entered the theater with particularly high expectations, but what they saw was not the real documentary advertised, but a shoddy videotape. All the lies were exposed when the film was played. Harvey Weinstein doesn't care about the anger of the fans. In the end, the targets of their anger will only be the director and the 3 actors, and it has nothing to do with him and Wayne. This film is essentially a marketing campaign. Their goal is to make a quick buck and run. And as long as enough people curse, the topic will become hot, and the box office of the film will increase further. Just as the two brothers expected, The Blair Witch Project took in $17.88 million in 1,500 theaters on Friday, the first day of its release, in front of countless people's incredible eyes, and drew the attention of the media from the Oscar preview to the film. Chapter 272, Joining Forces in Advance. A crazy marketing, a deception art that continues to rise amid the fans' curses. Los Angeles Times. In the office of Paramount Pictures CEO, Shirley Lansing put down the newspaper in her hand. After the new working day started, various news about Blair Witch almost occupied the headlines of all newspapers' entertainment sections. At the same time, the marketing cases related to this film have also become the focus of research for all Hollywood film companies. After the film won an incredible box office of $17.88 million on Friday, despite the curses from fans who watched it, the popularity of the film did not decrease but increased, and the box office closed at $19.98 million again on Saturday. In this weird atmosphere, the film's box office continued to rise amid the criticism from fans and the media. After Sunday, the box office in the first weekend exceeded $50 million, reaching $52.23 million. This weird hit suddenly appeared in Hollywood. Shirley Lansing had people collect film information and survey data from a third-party survey company early in the morning. These were not a problem for Paramount CEO. Generally, around March every year, both the media and the general public will focus on the awards season, and there are few blockbuster films that will be released during this period. However, the unscrupulous explosion of Blair Witch and the explosion of public opinion in a short period of time make the trajectory of this film even more worthy of analysis. Good morning, Shirley. After knocking on the door, the secretary led Mel Gibson into the CEO's office. After saying hello, the first-line movie star also looked at the newspaper on the table. These days, the media is full of damn news about this movie. I also took the time to watch it. The film is simply a pile of shit. I have to say that Harvey Weinstein, that fat guy, played a good trick this time. Who knows? Shirley Lansing waited for the secretary to go out, closed the office door, and frowned slightly at a pile of statistics. This matter is not that simple. Even though it is the young director who is being criticized now, maybe Harvey Weinstein is not the real mastermind behind the scenes. I have specially asked someone to investigate. Although the information she received was ambiguous, the Witch Studio was jointly opened by two parties, which can prove that this crazy, bold and very successful marketing plan was not manipulated by Harvey Weinstein himself. Mel Gibson heard her words and said with some emotion, if this is true, this person's means are really clever. He hid behind the scenes, avoided all possible risks, and was able to gain enough benefits from this crazy plan. The person who formulated this plan will completely change the promotion of Hollywood movies. This viral marketing plan relies on deception to drive movie fans into the theater. Although there was a lot of criticism, after watching the movie, it has achieved a very large social influence in the criticism. Most importantly, even the director Mel Gibson saw that the film perfectly transformed social public opinion and popularity into actual box office figures. Okay, this movie has nothing to do with us. Remembering the purpose of coming here, Mel Gibson was ready to get down to business. Should we agree to Townsend Rothman's proposal? I've been thinking about it these days. There are great risks involved. Shirley Lansing nodded, also concerned about the risks. Mel, in fact, I tend to agree to him, but don't announce our release date yet. As long as we want to release it in May, we can't avoid those two films. Instead of doing this, we might as well join forces with 20th Century Fox to squeeze out Batman Begins. Although it is unknown where Townsend Rothman found out that their new film is scheduled to be released at the end of May, the other party's proposal is very tempting. Let Braveheart be released a week after Batman Begins, and Die Hard 3. The two giants will put pressure on the theater companies together to squeeze the number of theaters where the other party opens. This will indeed have some effect. 20th Century Fox and Paramount, both of which are among the 6 giants, will join forces, and the 3 major theater companies will definitely give some face. Then, they combine the 2 companies' huge media resources to discredit the other's film in every way and snatch the audience at the beginning of the summer season. Both of them knew that, if they did nothing, or just did the usual operation, there was a high probability that Batman Begins would be a big hit, and once again cause a market crush like Joker, forming a winner-takes-all situation. Since there was no way to face Warner Brothers alone, they might as well join forces to control the other side. Surely, the risks cannot be ignored. Mel Gibson reminded, if we follow our original plan and release the films of the 2 companies one weekend apart, no matter who wins, we can temporarily avoid the edge of the winner. Although this is the most conservative plan, it is also the most passive plan, and he has a very big concern. Have you ever thought that, if those 2 films are both bad, or if they each attract different audiences and fans, Townsend Rothman will definitely turn against us immediately and join forces with Warner Brothers to suppress us? This situation is very common, especially in the most important summer season. The 2 companies that were allies in the last second will become life and death opponents in the next second and start to calculate each other. To put it bluntly, everything is for profit, just like the current 6 major companies, with a lot of cooperation and fierce struggle in the dark. Shirley Lansing shook her head and took a sip of the cold coffee. As long as we want to release it in May, this situation cannot be avoided unless you are willing to avoid the summer season and move Braveheart to October or November. This year's summer season started abnormally. Just because Warner Brothers announced the release date of Batman Begins in advance, a large number of films originally scheduled to be released in May were rescheduled, and they all wanted to avoid this super blockbuster. This has caused the overcrowding of the later schedules. Almost from the first weekend of June, at least 2 big productions will be released every weekend. Most film companies would rather wait for the overcrowded last few months than compete head-on with Batman. Wayne Greenberg has proved more than once that once his films are successful, they will become a viewing frenzy that lasts for several weeks. It is a dead end to release them at the same time as his films. Everyone knows that he can't be successful all the time. There will always be a Waterloo. But no one is willing to take a gamble to see if Batman Begins is his Waterloo. This blockbuster of the return of the Dark King to the summer schedule has a production cost of hundreds of millions of dollars. It is still the most familiar Batman. People in the industry know very well that as long as there are no major accidents, the box office of this film will not be low. This strange situation of the May schedule is also a huge opportunity for Mel Gibson and Shirley Lansing. Their initial idea was simple. Don't announce the release date of Braveheart first, wait until after the Oscar ceremony, and announce the release time while promoting the film. In this way, as long as they can withstand the momentum of Batman Begins in its 3rd week of release, their film can occupy at least 2 weeks of the free time. Mel, if Townsend Rothman didn't call, we might still be able to fish in troubled waters, but now. Shirley Lansing shook her head and said seriously to the big star in front of her, I know that old Jewish man. If we can't reach an agreement on this matter, he will definitely join forces with Warner Brothers without hesitation. If it were me, I would definitely do this. With one less competitor, we may get more box office. Okay, let's do it. Mel Gibson nodded. As for contacting the media and film critics later, please notify me if you need me. In fact, for this Braveheart, his ambition is not just the theater market. For the filming of this film, Mel Gibson is both a director and an actor. This is an important work for him to break through the Oscars. In his heart, he was not afraid of 20th Century Fox's Die Hard 3. If he only competed with this film, he was very confident that he could win, but it would be different if he added Batman Begins. He had previously studied Wayne Greenberg. This young director made him feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart, but he had to admit his talent. Just the box office achievements he had made since his debut deserved everyone's careful treatment. I will communicate with Townsend Rothman. Shirley Lansing said, "That's it for today. I have a meeting later to discuss the Oscar for Forrest Gump." Okay. The two shook hands and ended the conversation. After Mel Gibson left, Shirley Lansing once again looked at the survey data on the desk. She knew much more than what was reported by the outside world. Blair Witch could never have been the work of Harvey Weinstein alone. Thinking about the information she had received, is there any place to use it? The box office of Blair Witch was a big hit in the first weekend, so Bob Weinstein, who had been prepared for a long time, sent out copies of the film on Sunday. In this off-season for movies, it is imperative to expand the scale of screenings. Starting from the new weekend, the number of theaters showing this film has increased to 2,450. The ample number of screens also ensures that the film can squeeze out all the box office potential in a short period of time. From the filming of the film to the current box office explosion, the publicity funds invested in the project of Blair Witch alone reached an astonishing $15 million, while the filming of the film only cost a few $100,000, and most of the expenses were used to purchase film. However, as soon as the film was released, the box office of the first weekend earned back all the initial investment and has begun to generate huge profits. Chapter 273. This year's Oscar doesn't belong to me. By the end of March, the editing of Batman Begins was basically completed, and Wayne was relieved. The remaining work was only to add music, some simple special effects, dubbing and other work. Naomi Watts also rushed back from Australia to attend the Oscars as his female companion. Although it had a high box office and was very popular when it was released, this film was destined to only appear as a runner-up in professional awards. After the nominees' luncheon, it received 3 nominations for Best Director, Best Cinematography, and Best Adapted Screenplay, but Warner Bros. Public relations work only went so far and stopped investing resources. Everyone understands that the protagonists of this Oscar will only be The Shawshank Redemption and Forrest Gump. Even if other films invest more public relations resources, they are destined not to get too good results. The marketing value of the Oscars has always been recognized by the industry. Now The Shawshank Redemption is aiming to win the heavyweight Oscar. After the awards ceremony, the film will be rescreened in the theater market immediately after the awards ceremony. In order to increase the chances of the film winning, Castle Rock Pictures and Sony Columbia bought a lot of space in major media such as the Los Angeles Times, The Hollywood Reporter, and the New York Times, and continuously published all the information about the film. Among the readers of these major newspapers and magazines, there must be many Oscar judges. As we all know, these Academy members almost never watch movies. They vote almost entirely based on their impressions. The film that leaves a deep impression on them has a greater chance of getting votes. In order to increase exposure, the media under Sony Columbia directly advocated that The Shawshank Redemption is the greatest film of the year. However, all the efforts of Sony Columbia did not reap the desired results. On March 27, 1995, the 67th Academy Awards ceremony was held at the Los Angeles Sacred Auditorium. As host David Letterman left the stage again and again, Forrest Gump became the biggest winner of the night. Wayne and Naomi Watts sat in the audience and applauded the winners again and again. This time on the Oscar journey, he was empty-handed again. Forrest Gump can be said to be the biggest winner of the night, winning 6 Oscars, including Best Film Editing, Best Visual Effects, and Best Adapted Screenplay. Robert Zemeckis also won the Oscar for Best Director with this film, and Tom Hanks won the Best Actor, becoming this year's Oscar winner. The final award also did not disappoint everyone, and the Best Picture was also won by Forrest Gump. The Shawshank Redemption can be said to have won nothing, creating an embarrassing record of 7 wins and 0. What are you thinking about? The award ceremony on the stage has come to an end. Naomi Watts gently pushed Wayne, thinking that he was depressed because of his lack of achievements, and whispered in his ear to comfort him. It doesn't matter, you are already good enough. In a few years, you will definitely have your own little golden man. Naomi, I'm not disappointed. Wayne looked at the camera and whispered in the same voice. It's enough to be nominated. This year's Oscar has nothing to do with me. Seeing that he really had no problem, Naomi Watts gently held his hand, and when the camera turned around again, she simply shut up. After the award ceremony, Wayne and Naomi Watts walked out of the Los Angeles auditorium together, got in the car, and rushed to the Beverly Hills Hilton Hotel to attend the party held by Vanity Fair. The lights of Beverly Hills were bright, shining on the palm trees near the hotel. The Rolls-Royce Silver Spur circled the hotel and stopped smoothly in front of the hotel. A large number of reporters have been surrounding the hotel. When the doorman opened the car door, Wayne and Naomi Watts just got off the car, and they immediately surrounded them, pressing the shutter of the camera frantically at the two people who just got off the car. Director Greenberg, you didn't win any awards at this Oscars. Do you think the Academy discriminates against young people? It didn't gain anything. Do you feel that you were treated unfairly? Wayne, many fans think that the Oscar owes you a Best Director Golden Man. What do you think? Although there were hotel security personnel and surgery to maintain order at the scene, these reporters still threw questions at him one by one, as if they were free. After the Oscar ceremony every year, major media have the habit of complaining about the unsuccessful films, and this year is no exception. Moreover, Wayne has been very popular recently. The promotion of Batman Begins has never stopped, and they are eager to get some news from him. He did not answer any questions from these reporters, and walked into the hotel with Naomi Watts with his head down. Led by the staff of Vanity Fair, he took the elevator to the banquet hall where the party was held, and then found a corner to sit down. He didn't plan to stay here for long. The production of Batman Begins was about to be completed, and then there would be the media preview and the fan preview of the film. All the work had reached the final stage, and he didn't have the mind to think about socializing. In Wayne's mind, if he didn't want to show the outside world that he was actively striving for the Oscar, he wouldn't have been out of character at today's event. As he said, this year's Oscar has nothing to do with him. Throughout the awards season, it did not win any union awards or any Film Critics Association awards, which has explained too many problems. Everyone in the industry knows that the Oscars Outpost Awards are not the Golden Globe Awards, but the major union awards and the Film Critics Association Awards. If these Outpost Awards are not won, then there will be basically no gains at the subsequent Oscars ceremony. The judges of the Golden Globe Awards are the Journalists Association. The films they voted for have nothing to do with the Oscars at all, let alone the Outposts. The major union awards are the real vein, because the judges of the union awards have a large overlap with the Oscars, and almost all of them are members of the Academy. Hey, boy, I guess it must be very uncomfortable to have nothing in your hands. Wayne was chatting quietly with Naomi Watts, and suddenly a harsh voice came from behind him. Turning his head and looking behind him, Mel Gibson was holding a glass of whiskey, staring at him with a red face. Really? At least I have a nomination for Best Director. Wayne shrugged and squinted at the other person. Why can you, who is not even nominated, sneak into the Vanity Fair party? Does the Oscar have anything to do with you? Seeing Mel Gibson took 2 steps forward and wanted to say something, his agent hurried over, grabbed the client who was obviously drunk, and walked to the rest area on the other side. He seems to be very hostile to you. Naomi Watts looked at the back of her fellow countryman and turned her head and said, because of brotherhood. Bruce Rosenblum came over and said to Wayne after sitting down, this movie has been scheduled for May, the weekend after Batman Begins. It doesn't matter, let them come. I'm never afraid of competition. Wayne picked up his glass and clinked it with him. The public relations department of the company will handle external matters. Bruce Rosenblum took a big sip of champagne and said confidently, Warner Brothers is never afraid of competition either. Wayne didn't take this big star who talked nonsense when he was drunk to heart. All his thoughts were now on the film that was about to be completed, especially the subsequent media preview, where the theater company's film experts would be there, which was related to the scale of the film's opening. He knew Mel Gibson. After all, the bad things he did were too famous. He was just a jerk who killed himself because of alcoholism. In Wayne's memory, this Hollywood star was immediately banned by 8 major film companies after he directed 2 films, Apocalypse and The Passion of the Christ, which were both box office hits. He was stopped by the police while racing on the Pacific Highway in Malibu because he drank a few more glasses of wine. If it was just drunk driving, the matter would not be as serious as it later developed. It was just a matter of how much money was spent. But when the police routinely questioned him, Mel Gibson, who had drunk too much, shouted his famous saying to the police, "Damn Jews, they should be responsible for wars all over the world. Are you also a damn Jew?" As soon as this sentence came out, Mel Gibson made headlines in major media the next day. Mel Gibson's anti-Semitic remarks caused a sensation for a while. You know, the Jewish community plays an important role in American society. Many of them control the financial industry, industry, and military industry in the United States. And most importantly, the American film industry is basically in the hands of the Jews. The bosses of Paramount, Columbia, Warner Brothers, Universal Pictures, 20th Century Fox, and Walt Disney are all Jewish. Not only did the 6 major Hollywood giants express their intention to ban Mel Gibson, but even the already defunct United Artists and MGM followed suit. Even after he sobered up and realized the serious consequences, he apologized many times in the public media, but he still couldn't save his reputation and was directly banned for a full 10 years. He was also the first Hollywood superstar who could ban himself. If it weren't for the later Hacksaw Ridge, no one knew whether this bastard could make a comeback. Chapter 274, Take Action on the Eve of Release. After the Oscars, it was early April, and Wayne finally finished the production of Batman Begins. Because he had to rearrange the previous shots of the film in his own style, he was very demanding in the final cut. If he was not satisfied, he would go back and start over. Fortunately, there was plenty of time for post-production this time. With the careful polishing of Wayne and Zack Snyder, they did not miss a media preview that had been scheduled long ago. The day after the film was completed, Warner Brothers immediately held an internal preview. Whether it was the executives present or the company's own film experts, they were all shocked by the effect of the film. In the words of Bruce Rosenblum, Wayne perfectly balanced the commercial and artistic attributes this time. And this sentence was recognized by everyone present. Wayne was busy until mid-April, and he did not get a break. He had just come out of the post-production studio and had to take out his energy to cooperate with Warner Brothers publicity and marketing. He began to consciously accept media interviews, and at the same time, he slowly released some information and posters of Batman Begins in a rhythmic manner to gradually raise the fans' expectations. According to our reporter, Batman Begins, directed by Wayne Greenberg, has completed all the production. At the same time, Christian Bale's Batman look as the male lead in the film has also been revealed. From this movie poster, it can be seen that this time Bruce Wayne has undergone a very big change in both his look and his own equipment. Even if this Batman is wearing a dark armor, he can still feel his strength. He will definitely become the perfect screen lover in the hearts of many women. Just one day before the media preview of the film, CNN, a subsidiary of Time Warner, made a focused push for this film. According to the interview with director Wayne Greenberg, this film mainly tells the origin of Batman. The film has no connection with the previous 2 films. It is a new story that overturns the previous screen image. It tells the story of Bruce Wayne's mental journey from childhood to becoming the Guardian of Gotham. Just after the TV station recommended it, the promotion of the film gradually became intensive. Almost every day, new news about the film would be released on major media platforms, sometimes a short trailer of more than 10 seconds, and sometimes a short fight shot of Batman. At the same time, Christian Bale, who had taken a break for a while, also began to appear frequently in front of the media with intensive promotion activities, especially when he appeared at the promotion site driving the Batmobile. He almost became the focus of attention of various media and the public. The focus of the promotion of Batman Begins at this stage was completely on Christian Bale and Naomi Watts, a new Batman and a well-known Hollywood actress. They became the core of the promotion. Although Naomi Watts cannot reach the status of a first-line actress, her screen image has always been very perfect, and she is the focus of many male fans. This can also ensure that the film has more appeal. Of course, the focus of the film's publicity cannot always be on the male and female protagonists. If so, over time, it will reduce the public's freshness to the film, so the focus of publicity is constantly shifting, focusing on the plan formulated by Warner Brothers, and proceeding step by step. After the media preview ended, major media and film critics almost all began to praise the director. Typical Wayne Greenberg's production style, dark and serious style, but also more affinity with fans. The film's large-scale shots are obviously less suitable for more teenagers to watch. All the media under Warner Brothers began to praise the director of the film. Everyone knows that this young director himself has a large number of die-hard fans. In just a few days, under the bombardment of TV stations, newspapers, magazines, and radio stations, potential movie-watching groups across North America, and even many passers-by, all knew one thing: the Dark King at the beginning of the summer season is back. From Happy Death Day, which first made the audience know him, to Get Out, which gained great reputation, then Joker, which swept the world, and It, which can create miracles even with excessive works, he has accumulated countless fans in the past few years. The director's fans are not like those of stars. They will not talk about their favorite director or post his posters. But when his new film is released, these people will often go to the theater to support the film shot by their idol. This phenomenon has begun to emerge when Wayne's previous film It premiered. Warner Brothers also began to have more expectations for this group of people, which is why they are desperately hyping the director of the film. And unlike Wayne's previous films, those teenagers who want to watch those films can only wait until the films are off the shelves, and then go to Blockbuster to rent, or buy videotapes to watch them. They have never been able to go to the theater to buy tickets for R-rated films. But this time, Batman Begins is at the PG-13 level, so teenagers can watch it directly without having to wait patiently for the videotapes. Even third-party survey companies cannot give a specific data for this potential audience. This is the difference between R-rated and non-R-rated films. It is possible that the audience will double or even double. After all, the main force of summer moviegoers is young people aged 13 to 30. Throughout April, whether it was in the media or on TV stations, even on outdoor billboards, they were all printed with promotional posters for Batman Begins. The intensity of film promotion was almost everywhere. Just as the time entered the beginning of May, whether it was film critics or the media, they were all praising the reputation of the film, and movie fans were full of expectations. 20th Century Fox and Paramount, on the eve of the film's release, made a little move. In a villa far away in the suburbs of Chicago, Roger Ebert, after being notified by his agent, finished writing a long film review in his study. In New York, which is even farther away from Chicago, the famous film critic David Denby also wrote a film review at the same time. In addition to these two well-known film critics, countless film critics with newspaper columns across North America were notified on the same day, and wrote various opinions on Batman Begins. The next morning, Wayne had just woken up when he received calls from Jimmy and Jeff Robinoff. After a quick wash, he got in the car and rushed to the Warner Brothers building in Burbank. Take a look at these, Wayne. I didn't expect that 20th Century Fox and Paramount, after enduring for more than a month, could not hold back, and made a move. As soon as he entered the CEO's office, Wayne saw a pile of various newspapers. Even if he just glanced at it casually, he could find that it was almost full of various criticisms of Batman Begins. He picked up a copy of Chicago Sun paper and saw the film review in the entertainment section at first glance. Interesting. Knowing what happened, Wayne was not in a hurry. He lit a cigarette, leaned on the sofa and calmly read the newspaper. The confusion of young Hollywood directors, the fall of Wayne Greenberg. He felt strange when he saw this title. These film critics really have no shame. Have they forgotten how they praised him before? The success of several consecutive films has brought Wayne Greenberg countless praises. When the film set box office records, they also won countless fans and professional reputations. But from this Batman Begins, it can be seen that this young man has lost himself. He has lost his own style, such as profound humanistic feelings, in-depth analysis of sensitive social issues, and stories that can attract and make the audience sympathize. He began to become like a Hollywood assembly line production, constantly stuffing popcorn element into the film. The story logic of this film is confusing. Almost all the scenes are for fighting, and the dark and serious style has become more deliberate. Special effects that he never used well in the past are also filled in. In the second half of the film, there are only car chases, fights, and explosions. The viewing experience is like torturing people's nerves. There is no doubt that this young man has been confused and fallen into commercial popcorn. From this film alone, it can be seen that he has used up his talents and entered a vicious circle of constantly denying himself. The entire review was a criticism of the film and the director. There were many places that were obviously fake, but they were still very confusing. Even sober people would find that many places were just for the sake of criticism. All of these. Wayne threw the newspaper aside and reached out to pick up another one, the Entertainment Observer, which he had never heard of. Yes, these are almost all negative reviews of the film, and there are also a few critical reviews. Jeff Robinoff pointed at the messy newspapers and magazines on the table and said with a grim expression, all the negative reviews suddenly appeared overnight. All of this was premeditated. Wayne took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled a long cloud of green smoke. He tilted his head and continued to read the newspaper in his hand and asked in a low voice, does it have a big impact on us? It depends on the subsequent reaction. Jeff Robinoff frowned. No one can guarantee that there will be no impact now. Our film will be released in a week, and at this time, there are so many criticisms of Batman Begins. The most important thing is the two big film critics. They didn't accept our PR funds this time. It turns out that they have been PR'd for a long time. It depends on how many people they can influence. The influence of these people on the summer season should not be too great. The good news is that among the influential film critics, only 2 are criticizing the film with all their efforts. The rest have almost accepted the PR of Warner Brothers and should not speak carelessly. Jeff Robinoff said, while looking at the newspaper on the table. Except for the 2 film critics who are still famous and may have some bad influence, he doesn't care about the rest of the film critics. Those people can hardly affect the choice of fans. Jeff. Putting out the cigarette butt in the ashtray, Wayne looked at the CEO of Warner Brothers while thinking. I have a suggestion, but I don't know how effective it will be. You said that the company has always valued your opinions. Our film will be released in more than a week. The purpose of doing this is nothing more than to confuse the general public and influence their choice of movies. Wayne frowned slightly and said his thoughts. It's not too long or too short before the release date. The other party obviously deliberately stuck to this time point to confuse the perception of potential audiences. We'd better hold 2 more fan previews to maintain a good audience reputation. At the same time, contact our own media and broadcast the true reflections of these fans. Faced with this kind of public criticism that may have an impact, he knew that the situation might not be so serious, but it must be taken seriously. He didn't know how to fight back. He believed that Warner Brothers was much more professional than him in this regard. The idea he could give was to stabilize the reputation of fans and spread it through the media to influence more people. Of course, it is also possible that they overestimated the critics and those film reviewers. After all, the fans of Batman Begins are now full of expectations, and young people are not much influenced by authority. However, the necessary measures should be taken. This is a film with an investment of over 100 million yuan. Even if it can be a little safer, more efforts should be made. Nodding, Jeff Robinoff said, I will discuss with the distribution department. There are many voices criticizing you now, and there will definitely be reporters chasing you for interviews. Try not to respond to this matter, Wayne. The final result still depends on the box office. The rest will be handled by the public relations department. Okay, I understand. The media hype of 20th Century Fox and Paramount has indeed made the upcoming Batman Begins a little confusing. In addition, the 2 completely different voices in the media have also made many fans hesitant. But then Warner Brothers acted quickly and held 3 fan previews in the 2 major cities of Los Angeles and New York. Almost all the guests invited were Wayne's die-hard fans. Then, after the screening, the praises of these fans were broadcast through the media. On the other hand, almost all of its own media began to constantly discredit Die Hard 3, almost returning the memes used by the other party. In this turmoil, time gradually moved forward to mid-May. Unlike in the past, Batman Begins will premiere and open 2,500 advance screenings on Thursday night. Afterwards, the first weekend will officially open with 3,360 theaters. In this regard, Die Hard 3 is at a disadvantage, with only about 2,600 theaters opening. However, on the same day, this film will also open 2,000 advance screenings, which means that the 2 films have started a fierce battle. After Hollywood entered the 1990s, with the rapid and vigorous development of North American films, the summer season has become more and more important. This period, in which all production companies are competing fiercely, has also become the most anticipated carnival for movie fans. The cruelty of this period is that almost every weekend, there will be 2 or more big productions released. Fans may give up some of the films because of different viewing tastes, but the significance of publicity and promotion work lies here. In order to attract more fans to the cinema, in a sense, 20th Century Fox and Warner Brothers, the 2 companies, smeared each other and promoted their own films desperately in order to stimulate the curiosity and interest of the general public, so that they would go to the theaters and choose their own films to contribute to the box office. On May 15, 1995, at 8 o'clock in the evening, the Chinese Theater in Hollywood and the Shrine Theater in Los Angeles started the premiere of 2 movies almost at the same time. Amid the flashes of reporters and the shouts of fans, the main creators of the crew walked on the red carpet. Chapter 275 Batman Arrives premiere. There were crowds of people in front of the Hollywood Chinese Theater. Bella Grant and her old partner, the photographer, squeezed into the press area and looked at the crazy fans on the other side. The theater had already dispatched more than a dozen security guards, but they still couldn't control the enthusiasm of the fans on the scene. On such an important day, everyone was afraid of uncontrollable problems. The staff of Warner Brothers simply called the police and asked the police to control the order on the scene before the main creators of the crew walked on the red carpet. I just received news that the red carpet of Die Hard 3 Next Door is about to be finished. The stars who were invited by 20th Century Fox to stand on the stage have all entered the Shrine Theater in Los Angeles, but we haven't started yet. The photographer looked at the large number of fans on the other side who were gradually controlled by the police, lowered his head, and glanced at his wrist, and said to his old partner. Bella Grant also noticed his action and subconsciously glanced at his wrist. It was already 8:20. Because there were too many fans now, in order to prevent stampedes, the main creators of the crew did not dare to walk on the red carpet. Not only did the staff of Warner Brothers check the time frequently, but even the reporters waiting in the media area were anxious. It's about to start. Bella Grant looked at the beginning of the red carpet and found that Wayne's car was slowly driving over. While the car was still there, she whispered to her old partner, "What's the situation over there? It can't be as hot and chaotic as ours, right? The atmosphere is pretty good." The photographer said as he squeezed forward and brought the camera hanging around his neck to his eyes, ready to start taking pictures at any time. Bruce Wessler's appeal is very good. Roger Ebert also flew from Chicago to attend the premiere of Die Hard 3. This film critic can also influence a large number of old fans. I just don't know how much guidance funds 20th Century Fox spent on his public relations. It won't be less than $1 million. The reporter from the Hollywood Daily Entertainment News next to him also heard his words. They were all acquaintances, so they couldn't help but say something. If we want to invite that old vampire to promote the movie before it's even released, the PR fee is definitely not a small number, at least $1 million. If anyone knows the film critics best, it's that these senior journalists are as clear about the rules as the film companies. Pulitzer Prize winner Roger Ebert will not be affected by PR, and he always stands in a neutral position when judging a film. This statement is just to deceive the fans. Otherwise, with only the income from writing columns, how can he buy a big villa in the suburbs of Chicago? And how can he hire a butler and a group of servants? Here we come. I don't know who shouted, and all the reporters began to press the shutter frantically. In an instant, the light of the flashlights illuminated the front of the red carpet in white. Seeing that dozens of policemen had already calmed the emotions of the fans and formed a human wall at the same time, the door of the Rolls-Royce was opened from the inside, and Wayne, wearing a black slim suit that never changed, walked onto the red carpet alone. Wayne. Hey, Wayne. Facing the shouts of countless fans, Wayne did not dare to stop at all. There were hundreds of fans at the scene before, madly attacking the police defense line, and it was even more impossible for him to stop and sign autographs for those violent young men and women. Usually when walking on the red carpet or attending events, he had to accommodate his female companions and give them enough opportunities to appear on camera so that reporters could take more photos. But today he was alone, so he simply ignored the shouts of reporters and fans and walked straight to the theater in trance. "Aren't we going to interview Wayne Greenberg?" the photographer asked anxiously when he saw his partner did not move. Since they came to attend this premiere, the purpose of the Los Angeles Times sending Bella Grant was simple, that is, to use her relationship to get first-hand interview materials of the film's creative team. "Don't worry." The beautiful editor-in-chief glanced at the reporters on her side. Many people had already run to the interview area and surrounded Wayne tightly. The best is yet to come. Wayne Greenberg is not the main character on the red carpet. Get your equipment ready. It should start soon. As soon as she finished speaking, the huge speakers that had been set up in advance suddenly sounded low music. This was the background music specially created for Batman by Hans Zimmer's team. The sound was low and full of fighting blood. Amid the buzzing of countless people at the scene, the music played by these huge speakers became more and more urgent. Many fans looked around curiously, not knowing what this was for. "Oh my god. Oh my god, Bruce Wayne. Batman is coming." Just before the music reached its climax, a huge roar of motors suddenly came from the street. With the help of the low music, a powerful and muscular Batmobile rushed out from one end of the street. This unique way of appearance instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. This chariot had previously released concept drawings, posters, and trailers, but when it really appeared in reality, fans realized how huge it was, and it instantly captured the hearts of countless young boys. The Batmobile itself weighs several tons, and it is even more oppressive when driving. It has been accompanied by background music and the shouts of countless people at the scene, and it stopped at the end of the red carpet. When the car door was opened and Christian Bale appeared, the reporters were all crazy about submitting their papers, and many fans were also stunned by his appearance. It was just like Bruce Wayne in the movie really appeared in front of him. On his extremely strong body, he was wearing a black armor full of technology. The cape behind him was like the wings of a bat, and there was a unique logo of Batman on it. The only difference was that he didn't wear a bat mask, revealing a young and handsome face. Christian Bale turned around and helped Naomi Watts out of the car. Today's Australian girl was also sexy and charming, wearing a prosecutor's uniform skirt. As the two walked hand in hand on the red carpet, the atmosphere on the scene was like a pot, and all kinds of shouts were heard. "Look!" Bella Grant yelled in her partner's ear. "This is the protagonist of today's red carpet, Bruce Wayne, who came to Los Angeles from the chaotic Gotham City." The photographer kept pressing the shutter, still shouting, "This plan is simply amazing. F***K. Warner Brothers. PR department has simply taken marketing to another level." Bella Grant nodded in agreement and sighed. "No matter what the film looks like, this real Batman will occupy the headlines of many newspapers tomorrow." Seeing the two people on the red carpet constantly posing for reporters to take pictures and interacting with fans from time to time, she understood that Warner Brothers created this unique way of appearance, and it must be to let the male and female protagonists take on more publicity tasks. Compared with the director's big strides on the red carpet, these two protagonists today can be said to be much more normal. They have been taking care of the needs of media reporters and fans, and even signed autographs for fans at close range under the protection of police and security personnel. When the two of them finally walked into the interview area, Bella Grant was already waiting there. After they signed their names with a pen, she walked up to them immediately. "Hi, Christian, Ms. Watts." The beautiful editor handed the microphone to the two of them, greeted them, and then asked, "I have to say, your appearance today is so cool, just like a superhero coming to save Los Angeles. Mr. Bale, can you talk about why you did this?" After looking at Bella Grant, Christian Bale's face tightened and was full of seriousness. This issue had been discussed in advance. Warner Brothers wanted to promote the film, and the Los Angeles Times wanted to attract attention. He said to the microphone in a heavy voice, "This way of appearance is to commemorate the tragedy when Joker was released. Director Wayne Greenberg has always been brooding over this tragedy and can never forget the victims. So he specially made this Batman and filmed this superhero who does not kill, just to tell the fans with actions and influence that, although our world is not perfect, revenge on society is definitely not the best choice. As the actor of the role of Bruce Wayne, I have always wanted to do something, so we designed this way of appearance, which is to convey Batman's spirit of not killing through all media friends. As expressed in the film, as long as there is kindness, no one can destroy it." Both Warner Brothers and Wayne know that 20th Century Fox's Die Hard 3 is not a soft persimmon that can be easily grasped. If you want to win this period more surely, you have to try your best to find ways to promote it. Fortunately, Batman Begins is definitely not short of topics. No matter how the opponent discredits it, they can find a better way to promote it. When Christian Bale finished speaking, Bella Grant continued to ask, "Okay, Mr. Bale, you just mentioned the theme of the film. Can you briefly introduce what happened to Batman in the film?" "No problem." He knew that he was now the first point of publicity for the film, and the nationwide publicity activities starting tomorrow would also focus on himself as Batman, so he would try to say as much as possible. The core of the story of the film is about protecting kindness. You have to find more in the film yourself, but I can give you a hint. The city of Sodom in the Bible story is the city destroyed by God, which is the core of director Greenberg's creation. When he finished speaking, the red carpet was once again called out. Liam Neeson, who played Henry Dukas, and Ralph Fiennes, who played Scarecrow, the two familiar faces in Schindler's List, walked on the red carpet together. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.